Okay. Okay, welcome to the San Mateo County Coastside Design Review Committee meeting. The Design Review Committee, as established in zoning regulations, is appointed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Mateo. Today is Thursday, February 9th, 2023. And now it's 12:35 p.m. This hearing consists of 4 projects. This meeting is being audio recorded. There are 2 opportunities for the public to speak, including the oral communications for matters not on the agenda session, and a separate public comment session for each project on the agenda. Please review the agenda to identify which item you wish to speak on and the time of that item. The chair will open the public comment session during the public comment period, and for each item on the regular agenda, I will first read comments received before the meeting into the record. Then I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on that agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please note that members of the public must wait for my prompt in connection with each agenda with each agenda item before using the raise hand function. For example, you cannot raise your hand at the beginning of the meeting for an agenda item that's later in this meeting. When you hear your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to unmute your microphone and inform that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone. The Design Review Committee's decision for item 4 today, if any, will only be a recommendation regarding project compliance and not the final decision on the project, the decision of which will take place at a later date. The Design Review Committee's decision for item 1, 2, and 3, if any, are appealable to the Planning Commission within 10 working days by filing an appeal and paying the applicable filing fees. If you would like to file an appeal, please contact the project planner whose email address is listed on the agenda under their respective project. The appeal will be accepted by 5 p.m. on the appeal will be accepted by 5 p.m. on February 23rd, 2023, depending on the scale and scope of changes. Continued projects may be placed on the next month's agenda if the revisions are submitted to the county by the end of business day, February 17th, 2023. Applicants should note that continuous letters may not be available by that day and are encouraged to take notes of the committee's feedback. The next Coastside Design Review Committee will be held on Thursday, March 9th, 2023. Item 1 of the agenda is the roll call. Katie Kostyuk, not present. Rebecca Ketkin.
I'm present.
Beverly Garrity.
Yes.
Doug Machado. Not present. Mark Stackmeyer. Mark.
Here.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Linda Patterson. Not present. John Statman. Not present. With that, I turn it over to the chair.
So I'm sorry, I got a chair report out really late and I just printed my own. And I'm just going to kind of brief it because we're just going to do a half an hour right now. So basically, we all approved last minutes and meetings. In talking with a planner last week, they said that they probably I want to continue to try to get the story poles to be an ordinance. So that's always on the agenda and we can address it again next time. The Planning Commission has shelved it, but there was some discussion via email from a planner and a commission member regarding some of these things that have gotten shelved from the CRDC. And I think that it follows in with sort of my almost second to last comment on is that if the county and the Planning Commission continue to not support the CRDC, it already caused one person to almost quit. That is the main person of this CRDC who backed away from a lot of it. And then Doug just quit. And if people get loaded up with extra projects, they're just going to reach burnout and there won't be one. And then everybody will be appealing to the planning commission again, like it was in the old days, and it'd be sort of a mess. So I am just trying to urge the planning commission to support our requests on the story polls and on the C1 zoning work that we had all done last year, and hope that starts, just take a little bit of interest or an afternoon off and kind of go through this stuff. I know it's not just an afternoon, but pay some attention to it. We're not just like a granny group sitting over here bitching about houses going up. So
Mark, are you, through the chair, Mark, are you asking for a special CDRC meeting to discuss this?
I hadn't thought that, but that might be a good idea. Why don't we do that? Just a special Zoom, and I can create it with you, I guess.
Okay, so it would be discussing the long-range plan for demonstration of scale, height changes in C1, design standards update, and mid-coast C1 zoning.
Yes.
Okay.
Just on that point, the long range work plan is going to the planning commission. So I think the planner that Mark was referring to is me, and I reached out to Lisa Ketchum because she will be reviewing the long range work plan on March 28th at the planning commission.
22nd?
Was it the 22nd?
22nd, yeah.
Okay, that
I'll see, they want to do it.
I wanted her feedback on advising like the priority of some of these projects, the long range projects.
Yeah.
So anyway, I did consult her, and it does reflect our conversation, and then the planning commission will review it at the March 22nd meeting for further input. But what I would recommend is,
Camille? Yeah.
yes, what I would recommend is, yeah, if you guys want to hold a special meeting, like you said, prior to the PC meeting where they're March 22nd, I'm going to confirm that date. And write a letter to the planning commission and Steve Monowitz. I mean, we can't take it all on, I'm telling you. It's just an impossibility with regard to staff time and other priorities, but the long range work plan will include one of those priorities. I don't actually want to say it just in case they change it. They changed the priorities like sometime between the time we spoke and the planning commission hearing, but I wanted to tell you that we wanted to raise one of them to a higher level of priority. Okay.
So I would like to speak up on this. I think it would be great if we wrote a letter before that March planning commission meeting as a CDRC voice, and we could all sign it. Yeah, discussing our feelings on these four in terms of their prioritization for long-term planning, because I guess that's what they're doing, is reviewing the long-range work plan. So not throwing a hissy fit, just writing a thoughtful letter.
Well, we're trying to save
For our
CRDC.
interests. Pardon?
Trying to save the CRDC as well. So
Yeah, it does seem like that's sort of at risk.
Camille or Glenn, do one of you have to be present in a meeting like that? Or both?
I think it has to be agendized. I think it's a county body, so the county staff should be there. So we have to publish it in the paper. So we have to figure out the steps necessary, and then however long those steps take, what the first date could be.
We've had special meetings before working on
yeah, we have like a little over a month, so I think it should be okay.
Yeah, that would be great. Should I make a motion?
I mean, what we could also do is just meet at the March meeting. We could just make the early part of the March meeting.
I think it'll take maybe as much as 2 hours, because if we need to write a letter, we need to be thoughtful about it.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can combine with the March meeting, then I would suggest that we start the March meeting earlier. So because where you have 3 projects going to the March meeting, if you want to combine those 2 meetings, then they'll probably want to start earlier, probably at like 11:30.
Yeah, I don't think we can really get it done properly.
Yeah, and at risk is we're in person anyway, so that's,
Right.
we'd be coming in at 11, so
Mhm,
Oh, that's true.
mhm.
I want to do that.
So I make a motion to arrange for a special CDRC meeting to discuss the long-range work plan issues that will come before the Planning Commission in March. And to address the risk of the existence of CDRC.
I second it.
I don't understand this existence of the CDRC comment, but I don't think we need to go that far. I think it's just to express the CDRC's priorities.
You know what's interesting, Camille? I have never talked to Mark. Mark and I have never discussed this. And I am feeling the same way. Isolated from any discussion. We haven't had any discussion. And I think it's important to talk about it in the context of the long range plan.
No, but I just want to make it clear to any public that's on this call that the CDRC is not going away. It's a county review body that's existed for decades. So
Right, and
it's
it is
just-
possible for it to go away.
it is not possible for it to go away. The
Well,
certain
under-
staff may leave, but the
Under
CDRC
certain conditions, it could. But we need a better understanding.
That can be the underlying purpose, but we can just to simplify it for Camille, it can just be the first 3 items and or the long range
I
plan.
just think that's misleading. I think it's misleading and overly dramatic, but I think just focus on what, the substance of your comments regarding those projects.
Right, and that's what we're interested in doing, primarily the long-range plan, and to have a better understanding of the history and future of CDRC and its role.
No, it's true.
Not to create drama, Camille, really, nobody needs more drama in their lives at this point. Yeah. So that was my motion. Should we put it to a vote?
I second it.
Yeah, I'll do a roll call then. Mark Stackmeyer,
Yes.
Beverly Garrity,
Yes.
Rebecca Ketkin.
Okay. Yeah,
Wasn't listening.
I was listening. I just
Sorry.
and 1 vote present. I don't have strong feelings on the matter is all.
Okay. And frankly, Glenn, do we have a quorum for voting on such issues today? Do we need to save it for the end?
Yeah, why don't we wait for more people to join? I'm gonna check the procedures manual to see what the protocol for
Thank you.
quorum of the
I
whole
think we
committee-
need 4.
Yeah. So it's better to wait. Let's just wait on that. one.
Okay, sounds good.
With Camille after this meeting to understand the procedure better.
Okay, and Camille, I wanted to thank you for reaching out to all the other planners regarding
Yeah.
with that's great. And also reaching out to these to the planning commission on your letter too. And back to her. That's what I did include in the minutes.
Thank you, Camille. I second that.
She hung up.
Is Camille there?
No, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Oh, good. Okay, we're thanking you. Yeah. Mark, you.
Oh, am I done? I think I'm kind of sorry. I'm all aired out now.
Oh.
So I think that's it, but I mean, except for Doug, when everybody wanted to say their goodbyes and we're gonna have a big party for him, but I haven't gotten my invitation either. So yeah, do you want to approve the minutes or the what I'm supposed to be calling it, the chair report now? Again?
Is it? No, you can call it the minutes.
Anyway,
No, we can't call it the minutes. It's not minutes. It's just a chair
what?
report.
Oh, really?
No, because it doesn't include the entire meeting. It doesn't include any action. It doesn't
Oh.
include a full transcript. It doesn't, it's not a minutes. It's
we're a minor board. It could or couldn't. So anyway.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the chair report with 1 edit to change the title from minutes to chair report.
Okay, I second.
Second that, okay.
Okay,
I'll do a roll call. Mark Segmeyer,
yes,
Beverly Garrity,
Yes,
Rebecca Getkin.
Yes,
Okay, motion passed.
so we want to open for public comment. Oh, is it time?
to open, yeah.
Okay,
So according to the agenda, there's one more announcement. So there's one more item before the oral communications. That's just a quick announcement
Okay.
from staff. So in-person committee meetings at Granada Community Services Building starting March 2023. As discussed earlier, after tomorrow's board and commissions training. If I find out about any new information or useful information regarding this new policy or new requirement, then I will share with the CDRC after that training tomorrow. So just a quick announcement. Camille, if you have anything to add, please try.
Yeah, I was asked to clarify this. From what I know in talking with county council about this change in the requirement for the conduct of this meeting. So I received a lot of clarity from Tim Fox, County Council. And essentially what happened during COVID was basically a pause on the Brown Act. So the Brown Act existed, pre-COVID. And in the instance, we always had in-person meetings pre-COVID. And then there's a clause in the Brown Act that allows for if a member of a decision-making member of the body cannot be present at the meeting, there's criteria for participating in the meeting in a second, like sort of satellite location, so long as the meeting location is published in the agenda, is ADA accessible, and where the satellite location has a sign up on a window or what have you at that location, letting members of the public know that they can come in and participate in the public hearing. So those are the stipulations of the Brown Act for remote participation. The whole thing was put on hold during COVID to allow for decision makers to stay home and Zoom in. And then, so there's no real new law here. This is just basically an unpause of the Brown Act. And now we have to go back to complying with the Brown Act, which is having in-person meetings, with the decision makers physically present. And that's a good distinction because the same rules do not apply to applicants. They are not subject to the satellite location, the ADA accessibility, participation. This is only with regard to decision makers. So if you're someone other than a decision maker, such as an applicant, members of the public, or county staff, you do not have to follow those things. You can participate remotely by calling in, Zooming in, things like that. So the issue there, so that is allowed after March for non-decision makers to participate remotely. However, I think the hurdle there is the technological hurdle, which is you all have been in meetings where there's someone connecting like by phone and by internet, and there's like this crazy feedback loop. So when you have a hybrid meeting and people have their laptops on and they're even hearing people, members of the public via Zoom, yet also within a physical meeting space, there's opportunities for that crazy feedback loop to occur and be disruptive, extremely disruptive to the meeting. And then there's the issue of having a speaker, not just from your laptop, but having a speaker so that conversations in the room are audible to members of the public participating remotely, and as well as staff that might be participating remotely. So there's just the main issues are audio technicalities. So we're trying to work that out. We're not saying that it'll all be in place by March. I'm thinking that's optimistic. But the issue has been identified and we'll be working it out. Glenn is attending a training tomorrow, and he will report back as far as how the county plans to assist us in holding hybrid present, physical meetings with some hybrid participation from non-decision makers. So I'm available for any questions. I think the issue too is like during COVID, all the plans became electronic. So people do need their laptops. It needs to be projected for members of the public who don't have their computers. When they walk into the meeting room, they need to be able to see the plans clearly. We don't have paper plans anymore. Doing markups like Beverly was mentioning on Bluebeam. Allowing for all that, yet allowing for it to be projected online, not just in the room. So there's just some technical issues with that, but we want to let you know that we want to allow all those things. It's just need some time to work it out.
Thank you, Camille.
Sounds like it better be April and not March.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good if all these things were worked out before our in-person meeting
Right, you don't have paper plans, so how's
took
it?
place.
Yeah, so we will work on the detail and, yeah.
Yeah,
before-
we're gonna try to do a test run. We'll try to work it out as best we can prior to that date.
Okay, well, good luck with that. Seems very difficult. Okay, you said that's the only other announcement, so public comment?
Yeah, so we're now opening public comment for our communications for matters not on agenda. If your hand, if your hand is raised, your name will be called for this item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. As a reminder, for those joining by telephone, please, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any raised hands, for speaking on the oral communications item. Mark, please indicate if you would like to close public comment.
I'd like to close public comment.
Okay, thank you. And now we're 3 minutes to 1 p.m. That now, if we don't have, so since we don't have any oral communications, then the meeting will be paused for 3 minutes before the next item comes up.
Okay. I'm gonna be back and forth a little bit, Glenn.
Okay,
Thanks.
I'm going to put up this whiteboard. Yeah, this whiteboard is having some issues, so we'll return to the meeting at 1 p.m. to start the first item. Okay, we're now at 1 p.m. So we have our project planner here, Kanoa. So Kanoa, please let me know if the name of your applicant or owner, so I can promote them to panelists.
That's Alicia Myers. You can promote Alicia.
That's the only person joining this meeting.
I believe so. She
Okay.
might have some additional folks.
Okay. Hi, Alicia. If you have any additional team members on the team, please let me know so I can promote them to panelists.
Hi there, I do. It's Ross Hummel.
Okay. Hi, Russ. I promote you to panelists. Please accept the invite.
Okay,
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Russ.
are we ready?
Hello.
Glenn?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're ready. We have all
Yeah.
the attendees.
Okay, this is the Moss Beach project, the owner's Bicycle Holdings. Alicia Myers, are you from Bicycle Holdings?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Okay, applicant Ross Hummel, Line Office Architecture. File number PLN 2022-00243. Location 97 Beach Street in Moss Beach. APN is 037-135-200. This is the consideration of a design review permit for the renovation of an existing 1,851 square foot single-story, single-family residence with a 497 square foot detached garage, including construction of a 175 square foot addition, change of exterior materials and windows on an 11,106 square foot legal parcel. The project involves only minor grading, no tree removal, no coastal development permit is required. The project is not appealable to the Coastal Commission. The application was deemed complete December 12th, 2022. Project planner is Kanoa Kelly, Kelley at smc.gov.org. Glenn, is this a recommendation or a decision?
This is a decision.
Okay, all right. Would the either Bicycle Holdings or Ross Hummel please present the project?
Sure. Should I share my screen to show the
Sure
drawing?
can, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second.
Your project will be reviewed by Rebecca Catkin, architect, Beverly Garrity, Montera, Moss Beach rep. For this project, it'll be a decision of 2 people.
Okay, so let me show you the existing site plan and the proposed site plan here on our cover sheet. Actually, let me orient you a little bit better. This is the area plan here. Obviously, this is way zoomed out. So here we are in Moss Beach off of Highway 1. The site is shown here in gray. It's on the coastal bluff. And these 2 plans here are showing up above the existing floor plan, which I'll show you in a little bit more detail later. But this drawing is just to show where the addition is occurring. Down below, a roof plan of the existing home. So existing here on the left and proposed here on the right. Floor plan, roof plan, floor plan, roof plan. As you can see, we are proposing to add space in the red highlighted areas here in the existing floor plan. We are also reconfiguring the interior walls of the home. There's an existing detached garage, which will remain, and we will be enclosing this area in red and this small area in red with our new plan. That will add a small portion of roof area, which you can see here in the proposed drawing, which obviously is not here in the existing drawing. Other changes to the roof line will be that in order to do a little bit of structural work, but more importantly, add insulation to a roof that's poorly uninsulated. We'll be extending the height of the roof by 1 foot in the outline that's shown here. And that's in order to gain some insulation. The elevations, let me actually show you the elevations, the existing elevations, so you can get a sense of that. These are the proposed and existing elevations. So existing elevations at the top, and I'll just walk through these drawings really quickly. This is the north exterior elevation. There's a kind of sunroom here that's being filled in, and what we're basically doing is changing the siding on the house and adding new doors and windows. So you can see as we flip through, new windows facing the ocean on the west, some new windows facing the garage on the east. Again, existing windows and doors on the east and west up above. And the south elevation, which is at the property line, at the setback of the property line, we're actually removing a few windows because it's very close to the neighbor's house, within the setback, close to the neighbor's house. So the elevations, you can see here, we're proposing to use cedar siding with either a clear stain, or we're looking at a couple options with pre-finished boards. We're doing a gray PVC roofing membrane and using black anodized framed doors and windows, and then a gray powder coated metal roof fascia on the existing flat roof. And one last thing I can flip through here is you can see in this drawing here the existing roof line at 61 feet, and then our new roof line at 62 feet. So this is showing how much we're raising the roof up to provide that insulation that's necessary. Let's see, what else would you like me to run through? We've got some minor exterior lighting work, downlight in an existing overhang to provide light on the entry.
Those shown on the elevations or plans,
What's that?
the lighting,
The lighting shown, this is
exterior lighting.
Is
Yep.
it all downlighting?
It's all downlighting. So the
Okay.
roof has, the existing roof has an overhang that we're using again, and we're just putting
Yeah.
cans in that overhang to shine down at the ground.
So, I think that's a great introduction, and, that maybe this is for Beverly to say, but typically what we do after this is we have a period where we ask some clarifying questions, so I
Okay.
think we can just
Mhm.
move to
We can
asking
move into that.
whatever stuff we need, because I feel like it's a pretty good description of the project already.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you, Ross.
Yep.
I have a preliminary question for Kanoa. Are you there, Kanoa? You might be muted. Glenn, is Kanoa present?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. Kanoa, it says in our description that no coastal development permit is required.
Mhm.
Is there a square footage criteria for determining that? Because from my research, all other conditions that require a coastal development permit or that require an exception, the exception has not been fulfilled. But I was wondering if there's a square footage for.
Yeah, so for projects like this that are located between the sea and the first road,
Mhm.
according to our GIS, it's actually the first road is actually in the ocean there, but so it is actually between the sea and the first road, but there is an exception to for coastal development permits. that fall within that description. If it's less than 10% expansion, then they qualify for an exemption under existing single-family homes and additions to existing single-family homes.
Okay. So otherwise, so it's less than 10% apparently. But you would ignore that, you would ignore the first road at, in the ocean road. So
Yeah,
it
that's just
Must be
according
one
to
of
our
those
G.
paper streets the county lawyer
It-
told us about.
it would otherwise qualify, if it was greater than 10% expansion.
Yes, it would need a coastal development permit if it was greater than 10%. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. All right, Rebecca, do you have any questions?
Just a few, and actually the lighting question was my first one. Only maybe because I'm just looking at this on my screen. I wasn't able to read the names of the plants. Actually, the text is looking much clearer on your screen share. Can you take
go
us
to
to
the
the
landscape?
landscape page? Yeah, and tell us what the proposed plant palette. Yeah, I just couldn't read what's proposed.
Yeah, so we have kind of an outline here to replace planting in only these green areas. So part of what we're demoing in this scope of work is some existing concrete pads on the property. So for the most part, we're not doing anything to the landscape in this plan. And so what we've shown is a mix of plants that will be used in only this green area. So a mix of some creeping grasses, some clumping grasses, some generic ground cover. And I've got all these,
I see I can read now, ceanothus.
Can you?
And
Okay,
agave.
good.
Yeah, I can.
They are native, they're native grasses and ground cover to the area with some accent planting to provide a little bit of color.
We might require, would you agree, Rebecca, that you actually place
We
the
usually
accent
do.
planting.
That's part of why I was asking. One of the things we look for is for a kind of organic arrangement of plants, so they're not just like a linear, a row of festuca, a row of ceanothus and things like that. It might be something we could handle with a note, but I wasn't clear because this is a smaller project. If you were just doing some infill or if you're establishing kind of a new landscape.
It's purely infill in the area where we're removing concrete. So it's so minor that we didn't, it's why we didn't generate a full landscape planting plan.
And are these plants all present on the site elsewhere already?
The ground cover, I believe, is, I honestly can't give you a clear answer as to whether some of the other grasses are. So.
That's fine. Are you replacing exterior doors or garage doors anywhere on the project?
Yes, we're replacing all the exterior doors.
Okay, is there a spec for those?
I have in the drawings right now a spec just for a anodized aluminum storefront type unit.
Okay.
We haven't gotten far enough in the honestly in some price discussions as to which product will be used. But obviously it will be rated for the coastal climate and also for the coastal wind and rain driven loads.
And is the garage door being replaced and also storefront anodized?
The garage door would be replaced, but it would be replaced with a solid garage door.
Matching the siding.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it. That's all my questions.
Okay, so Russ, we might be requiring a spec on that to be included in your sheets as well. On the new garage door. The type and locations of your hardscape. So what you're saying is you'll have new plantings in the outlined green area on the landscape plan, is that correct?
That's correct. So in this plan, what you can see is and maybe it might not show in your screen, but what I'm outlining here
Below?
Yeah,
yeah
I see
this
it.
is
See it below? Do you see it?
Yeah, sorry, let me back up a little bit. The drawing above in this drawing is the demolition plan. So this is
Mhm.
existing walls inside the house.
Yes, we see it.
So what we're proposing to do is remove the concrete that's out here. And that's why you see this green area that's being replaced with the planting. And then the only new exterior ground covering is an open wood deck that is in this area off of the main living area and this area at the entry to the building.
And
And
are
are
those
those, go ahead.
ground? Oh,
They're-
I'm sorry, Rebecca. Are those ground level or
They
18?
would be, they'd be below 18 inches and they'd be open wood, so they'd be pervious.
And they're redwood or cedar or something like that,
Yes, probably cedar.
matching the siding, yeah, okay.
So that would also be a requirement to indicate any ground cover or in this case, the decks.
So these
but-
items are indicated on the plan. I guess what I would ask is there something more you need besides the description of the material? These are indicated with keynotes on my
Oh,
plan.
I see it. I see
Is
it.
there a material
that's-
sheet that those are keyed to?
There is, so these are keynotes, which are a number with an arrow that then are
Oh, they're on the
described
side,
in the side. That's right.
okay,
That's perfectly adequate.
yep.
So that'll answer the question about the doors and windows and the garage door as well.
Yeah. And that includes all hardscape that, which in this case looks like deck only. You won't be
Yeah.
having any concrete.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, excellent, thank you. I don't have any more questions. Shall we open it up to public comment, Rebecca?
Yes, let's.
All right,
Okay, okay. One moment, please. Okay, per the chair, we're now opening public comments for item number 1. The public correspondence for this project received prior to this meeting have been uploaded to the meeting page on the county planning website and forwarded to the CDRC members. I'll read public comments from whom not present in this meeting. Lenny Roberts expressed her concern in a letter over the level of coastal development review. The project planner Canoa County has responded to Lenny Roberts and confirmed that the project qualifies for a coastal development permit exception. And I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who would like to speak on this item number 1? If so, please press *9 to raise your hand if you're joining by telephone. For those joining by Zoom, please click the raise hand feature. Okay, Chair, I don't see any raised hand for this item. Please indicate if you would like to close public comment.
yes, I would like to close public comment and move to discussion. All right, I do have a couple of things. Rebecca, do you?
Sure, you want to start and I'll chime in?
Yes. Okay, Ross, Ross and Alicia, I'm looking at the south elevation. In particular, I understand that you've removed windows because it's in close proximity to the neighbor, which is very considerate. I'm also looking at the garage for the same reason. We advocate per the standards for facade articulation, either actual movement in the wall, in or out, or windows or material changes. The south elevation in particular seems to be suffering from a lack of facade articulation, which doesn't really comply with the standards. The garage on the other elevations beyond the door side also has that issue going for it. Rebecca, any comment regarding that topic?
Yeah, I have the same note. I think it's always tricky with projects like this where we're working with something that's existing and the existing structure is already not totally in compliance with the guidelines. I mean, I want to start by saying I think this is a really beautiful approach, and I like the sort of clean modern design. But it does feel like in this case there is a little less articulation than there was before, so that's slightly challenging in terms of approving the project. And I think that one of the things we'll probably want to talk about, Beverly, is if there's some easy ways to introduce a little bit of articulation back in. And I have some thoughts, and Ross may have some thoughts on that as well.
What are your thoughts, Rebecca?
Well, you know, one of my thoughts was around the roof. So I wanted to ask Ross also, are you adding rigid on top? Is that how you're gaining the extra height?
That's
Or-
correct.
Yeah. And so there's no reframing, but there is new roofing happening just in that area of infill.
There will likely be reframing underneath. We haven't started working closely with the engineer yet, but we're doing some work with walls inside the house. So there will likely be new roof framing being required.
You know, so one thought I had, Beverly, was whether there might be a place where the roof popped up a little bit higher, or that we established some variation in the top plane, because it's also, you know, the house is entirely a flat roof, which is another thing which is not supported by the guidelines, although we're revising the guidelines to try and make them friendlier to modern architecture, and it's a thing that we often do allow. But some kind of breaking in the roof plane might be a way to achieve it, or other than that, you know, the simplest way to add a little articulation might be popping out bay or something like that, which can be done in a really cool modern way. Also, not just like a faceted bay window like you typically see.
So
Ross,
can I respond? Can I respond?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, before you fully answer, you might want to consider a few other things. The length of the longest side is what, Ross? I'm looking for the dimension on the long.
The longest side, you mean wall of the building?
Yes, right. What is that? Oh, it's here, but it's really tiny.
56 feet. 56 feet is the
56
north
feet.
elevation. That's correct.
Okay, so, yeah.
And are we right up against the setback there?
On the north elevation? No,
Okay.
How about the south?
we are right up against the setback on the south elevation.
Okay.
So, let's
What are your
look
thoughts,
at-
Ross?
Well, let's look at, there's two things that come to my mind. The first is the reality of this site, which I pulled up an aerial view. The south elevation is on the right-hand side here. So you can see the existing building is at the setback. The neighboring building is also, I haven't surveyed it, but I will guess it's also at its setback. Meaning both of these buildings are very tight to the property line. And frankly, there's almost no way to see any variation, even if we put it there.
But it's the north side where you're filling in the gap, right?
The north side,
Yeah.
right? So I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the south elevation. That was the comment that came up originally.
We are.
Yeah, I
primarily.
mean, both of the long elevations are under articulated, I would say, but I think the north side, which is where you're doing work, would be, to my thinking, if we could introduce some articulation on the north side, I think I would be satisfied.
So the difficulty with, there's two I'll
Rebecca, to
take
be
the-
clear, you're talking about a push-pull as opposed to just adding windows on the north side.
I'm talking about a push-pull, a popping up a roof line, a punching out a bay. I mean, I'm not sure. I take the point, you're not gonna see what's happening on the south side much, and we don't want to go any closer.
Mhm.
You know, I don't want to try to add like ornamental details just to put something on that side by all
Right.
means. I just want to see if Ross has thoughts about how he would introduce articulation to the side which is more exposed to the community.
So here's what's tough for us. The roof, and you can see it very clearly in this image. We've reviewed the project with our neighbors to the east. And they obviously don't want the roof to increase any more than 1 foot that we've already done. So all of the neighbors look over our house to the ocean. And our clients have been adamant about trying to keep that as much as possible, as have the neighbors. So having said that, I think in articulation to the roof, I understand that the large expanse of low slope roof is something that's trying to be avoided, but the alternative, I think, would be problematic to the neighbors. So
Sure. So what about the corner you're infilling in is becoming a bedroom?
yeah, so then that brings up the second part, which is pushing and pulling and trying to differentiate, say, by making changes to the envelope is also problematic. Frankly, just because we have a small house that we are trying to expand without triggering an extensive coastal review process. So what we've done in this plan is we've created 2 modestly sized bedrooms that share a bathroom, and then created a primary suite here. And I understand what you're saying about pushing in and out, but even taking a foot out of any of these spaces.
What if you added a foot to one of those spaces?
Then I go above the 10%.
I'm sorry, Rush, what is the dimension of your master, your primary bedroom?
I don't think I have that on the, I don't have that up right now. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 sec.
So you're not changing the perimeter of that room, right?
No.
Would it be problematic if you subtracted the distance of the bathroom counter on that corner? Would that trigger a CDP? And could you rotate the bedroom to the east?
I'm not following you. Sorry.
In the primary bedroom, could you
Yes.
pull back the north wall, the depth of the bathroom counter? And
Make that bedroom smaller from the north side?
yeah, by approximately under 2 feet. And could you rotate the east bedroom 90 degrees so that it's the same size, but it becomes inset and bumps toward the east?
You're suggesting that the wall, the north facing wall of the master bedroom and the bedroom to the east both come in slightly so that
Yeah,
the wall
come in on the west side and come in on the east side by specifically doing what I'm suggesting.
It's gonna change a lot structurally if I have to move that wall in the master bedroom.
Yeah,
Hoping to come up with something that would only affect the new area.
They can keep the roof line. It's just overhung another under 2 feet. And yes, it would change the new construction. But that doesn't exist yet.
Right, that's why I was trying to focus on the new area to see if there would be some different proportion to that bedroom that would,
Yeah, so that's why I'm
introduce some
suggesting
more circulation.
rotating it to the front. Not the front, the
mhm.
front has changed, rotating it to 90 degrees to the east. I mean, it's not as clean a plan, but it's not, it's still basically in the same location, but it gives you the same size. It's, yeah, you can see.
How big is bedroom 109? What?
Bedroom, well, you asked me for the master bedroom. The
Oh, sorry, I
master
know, yes,
bedroom is 15 feet square.
Mhm.
The two smaller bedrooms are
15 by,
10 by 12.
11 and a half by 15.
uh-huh,
Mhm,
So these rooms are,
mhm,
I mean, these rooms are not big.
Mhm.
None of these rooms are big, and I don't, rotating things starts to change the position of how doors enter in and how furniture is arranged.
mhm.
And I guess I understand the desire to cause, things to be broken up, but the house is small. I mean,
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
don't see it any other way than that. And I don't,
It's, yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. The facade articulation is about reducing the appearance of bulk and mass.
Mhm.
So one of the things that we are doing, which is different from the existing house, which I would argue does reduce the bulk and mass, is that if you look at the exterior elevations that are existing in relation to the proposed,
Mhm.
let me go there. The existing house, we'll go to the north elevation. So the existing house on the north is a large stucco wall with punched openings, and actually not that many punched openings.
Mhm.
And what we're proposing to do, just because the ceiling height is low, it's only an 8.5 foot ceiling. We're proposing to use floor to ceiling glass. So although it is a run of a single wall in a line, the wall is broken up completely from its sill plate to the roof line.
Yeah.
As opposed to it's a solid wall that has openings punched into it, which is what's there. So
I would say you've vastly improved the scale, proportions, and
Yeah,
design
I would too,
materials.
and that argument works for me, actually, Beverly. I feel like
Yeah.
if because another thing is there were more material, now we're reducing the number of materials, which is another thing we try to do, but if we treat the glass on this like it's a siding material as opposed to the stucco,
Mhm.
then, that elevation works for me. It's much
Yeah.
nicer than it was
I-
before.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, good. I'm glad you made that argument.
Yeah, can we look at the other elevation, the south elevation, where you're removing a lot of fenestration too? Because I know we talked about that as being for privacy, but it seems like a lot of what was there before was clear story. So why is it important for those clear stories to go away?
There are lower windows here, so there are actually two lower windows. There are
Yeah.
clear story units right now in what is the current kitchen. And one of the reasons we're removing them is the house, again, because of its size, has almost no storage. And so we are trying to, in the place where we don't really need windows, we're trying to maximize storage in the house. And so that's why they were filled in.
And what's the skinny vertical window open onto?
That's a living room.
Yeah, that's a living room in the existing house. Yeah. So the large square one opens into what's used as a dining space, and then the skinny one opens into, they're all kind of connected in the existing plan, the dining and living. So the skinny one opens up into the living space. But I think on the south elevation in particular, I don't know how to stress enough the fact that it's just not visible. It's impossible to see.
Yes, no, I hear you. Can you talk about, so the door that we're seeing on the south elevation, it looks like the
That's an
siding-
existing, it's an existing water heater closet.
Okay. So it looks in the drawing like the siding is articulated differently there or something, but I guess if it's a water heater, it's hardly a thing you really want to call attention to.
Yeah, no, I think that might be just an issue with the hatch. It would
Mhm.
remain, it would be the product that we're using.
Mhm.
I mean, again, even if we adjusted the siding pattern on the south elevation, because you can't ever look at it like this
Mhm.
drawing shows, you wouldn't even know.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, you can't look at it from a neighbor's perspective, but is there a way by adding light? This is a southern exposure corridor, by adding perhaps the long skinny windows in locations that maximize the privacy in the living room area.
Again, it's hard to maximize privacy given this proximity to the neighbor. There's also a fence that runs between the two properties that is
Right, so
block-
that manages privacy. Now to add articulation, the long skinny windows might break up the facade. Can you think of any other way that's as minimally disruptive, to this straight line, which is right on the setback? I think we need to achieve something on this side. And in the garage, to express some kind of differentiation or articulation.
Go ahead.
I guess the idea of changing the siding would be one thing that we could look at to provide differentiation.
Okay, what would you consider?
I don't know. Do I have to design it now or?
We would need to get a sense of where you might be headed. Yeah.
Essentially, so you always have the option to request a continuance and come back next month if you want more time to consider design changes. Of course, people would rather just get approved today, as a rule. Nobody wants a month delay. So if we're asking to see some increase in articulation, we kind of have to come to some understanding that we can write up in the notes today if we're gonna deal with it now. And if it feels like that's not going to allow you to come up with something you feel really good about, then you could request a continuance.
Yeah, it's up to you. We're favorably disposed, I believe.
Yeah, I
This
don't think
project's
there's not a
certainly-
lot to
Yeah,
go forward here. I would
these
think
are
we
just
can
the
get
last bits.
it.
So I would say what I'd be comfortable looking at is adjusting the width of the vertical siding boards so that we don't use all the same width board along the south elevation. That would allow us to at least have some differentiation along that line. And that would include the cladding over the pop out that holds the water heater.
Okay, what
Um,
other areas,
what-
should we specify a percentage if that's the direction?
If we did that, I would just do it over that whole run. So the whole south elevation.
Yeah, two other things that occur to me, and feel free to say that these don't appeal to you because we don't want to design your project for you, are the south facing wall of the master bedroom seems like kind of a discrete wall that could be treated differently. And I think it could be as little as a different stain or something, or a different arrangement of boards. And then I do still feel that a clear story window either over the storage components, over the refrigerator and high wall that you have in the kitchen, or over the living room space, that some clear story would help break up this and would bring natural light in. You see in the existing, the stucco kind of provides what feels like a contrast on the left side of the south elevation.
That's the primary bedroom, right?
Right, so if the south wall of the primary bedroom were treated differently, it could still be cedar,
Either
but-
stain or with the
I think
cladding boards.
I think I'd prefer to look at a clear story window option.
Okay.
If that's the direction. So if it's something that needs to be written down as something that we're agreeing to, then what I'd say is at the south elevation, that we'd look into adding a clear story window in the close to the zone where there currently are 2 clear story windows. So that
And
would
you'd want to go to 1 instead. So it would be to retain or replace the existing 2 clear story windows. with
somewhere in
yeah.
this zone.
a similar amount.
Can you, whoops, sorry, can you show, oh, in that zone?
Mhm.
okay.
So that's in the kitchen space where it could run over the tops of cabinetry or something like that. And Beverly, and of course, I know we usually get to total consensus on these projects, and of course, we don't have to, although I guess with just the 2 of us, perhaps we do, since we don't have a third, but my feeling is that the garage is existing and that this is an improvement to the garage, so I don't know, I feel satisfied with the garage.
Let me just back up a minute.
Mhm.
So not to change the master bedroom south exterior facade?
Yeah, I
No,
would,
it sounds like he wasn't into that.
yeah.
Which is your prerogative, you're a designer.
Can I ask this?
No.
If
Let me look.
we
at-
were to add the clear story window, can we revert to the siding pattern that's indicated? Meaning if there's a clear story window up there, is that enough differentiation? Because the consistency of the siding pattern for again, for a house this scale
Mhm.
is what allows it not to seem so, I understand that the
Busy.
code, well, the code is requiring things to be broken up, but in my humble opinion, what happens with small houses when we start to break them up is they appear even smaller and less significant. So
Mhm.
this is not a big house, and I understand the rationale for breaking up large houses so they don't seem like a fortress, but this could never be construed as such.
Yeah.
So what I would hope is, I understand the rationale for the clear story window. Would that be enough to allow us to have a consistent siding pattern so that our, diminutive house would be consistent throughout?
It is, what's the width on it? It's 56 max on the long side. What's the width?
It is.
West.
I am, while you're looking at that, I mean, I'm not sure that change, for me, it would be enough. 'Cause
It's
I'm not
40
sure that
it's 40
changing
feet in the
distribution
other
of the
direction.
siding, Yeah.
40 in the other direction?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's something really nice and tailored about just kind of wrapping this box in cedar siding the way Ross is. I think that having a clear story window on the right side there would introduce a nice asymmetry, would bring a little bit of light in, would break the facade.
Yeah, I see the challenge of changing the siding either in stain or board at the primary bedroom, because then when it wraps around for the west side, you
Mhm.
have that contagious issue. So to keep things simple, I do, what we like and what is per the standard is a delicate balance, Ross. So if we feel that there's standard compliance, then we can go ahead. And as I mentioned, we are favorably disposed toward the design of your project, and mostly it's in compliance. I think I'm okay with the single clear story. Don't know if I'd make it that wide.
I can't scale it on my screen.
But you're headed in a direction that I'm comfortable with. I am uncomfortable with the garage.
What is it about the garage you'd like to see?
I'd like to see, window primarily, let me get to the north. Primarily on the north.
On the, oh, I see.
I don't think it's an issue as much on the east and west,
Mhm.
certainly not on the south.
Could a window be added? It looks like there's a counter there, so it wouldn't be as tall as the ones you have in the bedrooms, but could a window be added sort of in the corner, like you have on the right side of the proposed elevation to the left side of the garage? A little corner window there, or something the same width as your tall, slender ones?
Do we run into, and this is an existing detached garage, do we have any issue adding windows to it that are going to trigger something that I'm not familiar with?
No, it's
I don't
just a permit
think
for
so.
window replacement. It's not a postal commission issue.
Okay.
And Kanoa might, I mean, Kanoa, speak up if you think
Would
that's
you agree with that,
something like that.
Kanoa?
Yeah, just adding windows wouldn't trigger any additional review.
Yeah,
So I would say if we needed to, that it would be the north side. I can't do any, or I obviously I
well, the
can't.
north side is of greatest interest.
Yeah, the other side, the neighbors have expressed concern about, you know, how many windows we have and what kind of light that puts out onto our own yard. So I obviously wouldn't want to put anything closer to the property line. So yeah, we could look at doing a clear story window in the garage.
That's what you're interested in. Rebecca was actually suggesting to corner the,
No, I'm wishing we had Katie here with her blue beam to cut and paste that window and show one. It seems like the windows on this facade are all vertical, and so I
right.
would be inclined to just one more skinny window in the garage.
It looks like there's a workbench at the back of the garage.
Yeah, it
Right.
could stop at 42 or something like that, but then go tall like these ones do.
Be a vertical.
Would you be open to a slender vertical window above the counter of the workbench?
You see how that,
I mean, if I was going to do it, I would try to match the other ones, so
Yeah.
it would be all the way to the ground.
Well, you could certainly do that. I don't know, are those water heated, or what are those X units?
Washer and dryer.
Washer and dryer, so that wouldn't work.
No, you'd have to stop the counter short from on the opposite end in order to get a full height window, which would be an option, or you put a window.
Well, you could place it at the east side of the northeast. At that end, and you could do full height even with a counter. How do you feel about that, Ross? On the far, on the east side of that side, yeah, same as the, that's sort of where you'd be headed, I guess.
I would even feel comfortable conditioning one new window in the garage on the north or east facade with the proportion to match.
On the north facade?
Yeah, well, I thought you were suggesting that would be around the corner on the east, but
No,
yeah.
I wasn't, but I understand that you were originally.
I would be comfortable conditioning one new window on the north facade of the garage and saying that it either match the new, match in proportion or height the new clear story that we're requesting on the other side, or that it match one of these 801 window widths or proportions, and to try to leave the language in the letter loose enough to give Ross time to draw a few options for his clients. Like,
so I'm saying to match size.
Yeah, I would say width or size,
proportion.
Because if they want to keep the counter,
Right.
they would do that, or if they want to rotate it and have it be similar to clear story on the other side, I think. I think
So it's just one new window on the north garage facade to match size, style, or proportions of other.
Yeah.
windows.
Really,
Okay.
of any other window existing in the project, just so that
Yeah.
we're not adding, you know, it seems to me like.
Is that flexible enough for everybody?
That's great.
Okay.
Okay,
Does that satisfy all your concerns, Beverly? This window?
that
is still on the
covers it for
outside?
me. Do you have anything else?
No, I feel good about it.
All right, so just to review,
Oh, sorry, I will say one more thing. I think we could just put some language in there around the plantings that they,
mhm,
you know, be planted organically and not in a linear fashion or something like that. And that when you get to the building submittal phase, that's indicated.
mhm. Planted, in organic pattern, okay. And I will quote the standards, Ross. You can always look up to see further description. All right, so, what I do is I list out the findings of compliance with this current compliance with the standards. Will be requiring for you to show locations of plantings on the landscape plan, planted in an organic pattern. We'll be requiring you to specify the new garage door. We'll be requiring you to add a clear story window to the south kitchen facade and to add one new window on the north garage facade to match size, style, or proportions of any other planned windows. Okay, and I'm going to make a motion to approve your project.
Does Ross need to request a vote?
We are. And so I'm going to make a motion to approve. Oh, Ross, no, he doesn't.
Okay.
Well, Ross, you only for continuance really,
Oh,
but
okay.
Ross, would you like for us to take a vote?
I would love it.
All right. So I make a motion to decide to approve this project with the findings to be written in compliance and the requirements as stated.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and now I'll take a roll call. Beverly Garrity,
Yes,
Rebecca Ketkin.
Yes.
unanimous.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you to both Alicia and Ross. It's been a pleasure and I've seen this house and I can't wait to see the new.
Great.
Yeah, thank you. It's a
guys very
beautiful
much.
design.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So we're now at 1:53
Mhm.
So it's 7 minutes to next project. So let's take a break, 7-minute break. And we'll come back at
Sounds
2
good.
for the item 2.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you, everyone. See you later. Hi, everyone. We're now at 2 p.m. and the applicant, Mr. Benjamin. Sorry if I can't pronounce your last name. Sorry about that. So the applicant is present. So when everyone's ready, then we can get started on the next item number 2.
Okay, item number 2. So let's see. We
Oh,
have Benjamin, is that who's sitting before us?
Yep,
Beverly,
that's me.
sorry to stop you. Now Katie is just joined us, so let me promote her to panelist before we start.
Pardon?
Katie just joined us. So Katie is here, so let's wait for Katie before we
Oh,
start.
excellent. Okay.
Hi, Katie.
Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
Hi.
Hi.
welcome.
I'm here.
Yay.
Good to have you.
Thanks. It's a good distraction. I need this.
Oh dear, I wonder what your day's been like.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, the applicant Benjamin is here, and Benjamin, you'll be reviewed by 2 architects, Katie Kostyuk and Rebecca Katkin, and myself, Beverly Garrity, the Montero rep. All right, the owner is Annie and Deep Patel. Are they here perchance?
They, excuse me, no, they haven't been able to make it today, unfortunately. So I'll be representing them.
All right, thank you. The applicant, Benjamin Goals, is that right?
Goal Z.
Golsey. All right, the file number PLN 2021-00425. The location 3769 9th Street in Montero, the APN 036-025-200. This is the consideration of a design review permit for the renovation of an existing 2-story, 3,484 square foot single-family residence with an attached 527 square foot garage, including construction of a 229 square foot addition, demolition of a 405 square foot sunroom, change of exterior materials and windows and doors, and garage conversion to an ADU on a legal 8,120 square foot parcel. The ADU is a ministerial project that does not require review by the CDRC. The project involves only minor grading and no tree removal. No coastal development permit is required. The project is not appealable to the Coastal Commission. Application deemed complete December 10th, 2022. The project planner is Glenn Gia. Okay, so I have an immediate question before you proceed in your presentation, Ben.
Mhm.
Is it okay if I say Ben?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, 229 square feet is less than 10%. However, the 527 square foot garage is undergoing a total conversion, which brings it potentially up to an additional 527 greater than 10%. Is this calculated in the determination as to whether or not a CDP is required?
I think so. This is Glenn speaking. So in the process of the planning review, we make sure that this project is eligible for a coastal development exemption. But give me one moment here that I can provide more information for you. I think the exemption criteria just mentioned is not the one we use, and it's not the one the project's eligible for. But I will circle back with the CDRC in 1 minute to provide that information.
Okay, while you're doing that, Ben, can you present the project?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
If you want to share your screen, you can, or we can do that.
No, I'll go ahead and share the screen.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, can you see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, the project is, well, first of all, thanks for reviewing and look forward to the conversation about the project. The project is at 376 9th Street in Montera. As mentioned, the main part of the project is a conversion of the garage into an attached ADU. And then otherwise additions of exterior decks, removal of the existing vinyl siding with replacement of new exterior siding, exterior wall materials, replacements of windows and doors, upgrades of all those into new code compliant doors and windows, and some very minor landscape adjustments, removing of some impervious concrete and replacing it with either decomposed granite in the backyard in some cases, and pervious pavers in the driveway. There's also the removal, kind of importantly, of what is currently a non-compliant attached sunroom that previous owners had, believe, enclosed an exterior deck into some interior space. So the total net change, even with the garage conversion, is actually a like negative inhabitable floor space. There's no exceptions being asked for in terms of any of the planning requirements. As we see the project here, this is the site plan. It is a house built in the 70s, a 2-story residence with a garage to the north that faces 9th Street to the north here. That garage is being converted into an ADU, and then decks are being added at some of the corners adjacent to important interior space, for example, the dining room, a deck being added out back outside of kitchen area, and then some minor additions, deck space for the ADU itself. Otherwise, the trees along the rear yard are remaining, including some 2 large redwood trees and then a small row of trees here. Otherwise, there's very little vegetation on the site currently, and no other changes to the landscaping are being proposed besides the repaving of the driveway with pervious pavers. So the house currently is some unattractive faded yellow vinyl siding. Otherwise, all trim is white and asphalt shingles on the roof. Pretty typical, kind of like 1970s materials. Haven't really been changed since the house was built, we don't believe. So here's the elevation facing the street on the bottom, the north elevation, the current garage doors, and fence that leads to the side yard of the house. And then a very minor kind of topography sloping downhill toward the ocean to the west. And then it kind of increasing slightly in steepness as it approaches the property line and the adjacent property, where there's currently no structure and no development at all. Otherwise, it's a fairly flat site where the house sits itself. Here's the existing east elevation, and then the south elevation being the rear yard. You can see here the sunroom that is going to be removed as part of the project. So skip to the proposed elevations. The major design changes here are the new decks being added, and then new siding of the entire house. So we're moving from this old vinyl siding to what we believe is a much more contextual material palette that is in line with the Mid-Coast design standards that recommends warm earth tones that relate to the environment. So a warm sand-colored stucco being applied to the majority of the main house, and then for the elevations that you can see from the street of the what will now be the ADU, the existing garage, a wood siding with a silver stain that contrasts that volume from the volume of the main house, so increasing the kind of massing breakdown of the project. We also believe that adding decks to the west side of the house also helps the house step down with the topography. So also increasing the sense of massing in its relationship to its context, which the Mid-Coast design standards talk about a lot. Some elements being added for privacy, for example, a screen here. There's some sliding doors that will be opening to a yard to the west of the ADU. And so just adding some small screening elements that increase privacy, both for the inhabitants of the house and also people on the street and potentially other properties. But otherwise, the height of the project is not changing. The roof heights and eaves and slopes are all the same. So a little bit of an addition of a trellis in the back and a new kind of roof extension to the side yard, but those are all in compliance with the planning requirements and setbacks and everything. So, and we don't think it substantially changes the appearance of the house. Also, the addition of skylights as well helps break up the overall mass of the house or mass of the roof plane, which the Mid-Coast design standards talk about as well. So, yeah, the design here really is going to be this warm stucco with some darker accents and then a lighter wood stain on the ADU itself and the deck railings. Elevations to the rear on the bottom and to the east on the top here. Then the big change in the bottom one is that non-compliant sunroom, which brought inhabitable space closer to the rear yard neighbor, is now being removed. And there's only a small deck that will bring people from the existing, what are actually currently strangely interior sliding doors, restored as exterior sliding doors, back to a deck that faces the west. But yeah, no encroachments into any of the side yard setbacks that are, except those that are very slightly allowed per the planning code. Yeah, and then just I think you all have a chance to see these drawings, so I think that's it. Happy to answer any questions, your feedback per the design standards. Curious what you all think, and yeah.
Just
looking forward to the conversation.
regarding your presentation, Ben, your point about no encroachments except for what's allowed, what are you referring to?
Yeah, so there is a small here. There are a 1 foot 2 inch encroachment to the rear yard with this deck to allow sufficient circulation out to the west side. This is allowed for a deck that is at the grade of the main level of the house and is uncovered. So that's 1 foot 2 inches here, and then the same exception along the east side here, side setback, a 1 foot 7 inch encroachment for an uncovered deck.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben. That was
Just to answer your earlier question, so this project is exempt from a coastal development permit because it's within the mapped exemption area. It's in the mapped a single family residential exclusion area.
Oh, it's actually outside of, is there a requirement for structures visible from Highway 1 to be reviewed by Coastal Commission?
I'm not aware of that requirement, and speaking to this specific project, it's not visible from the Cabrillo Highway.
I think it is, but could we just look into that?
Yeah, so I have the street view here. It's 2 blocks away from Cabrillo Highway, and
Yes.
it's like hidden behind like numerous houses. So it's very, yeah, it's unlikely to be visible from the Cabrillo Highway.
So it's some combination of visible from Highway 1 within a radius X.
Yeah, and there's a mapped city corridor associated with the Capitol Highway, and it's not in the city corridor.
Yes, I understand that. Okay. All right, so apparently all of that was confirmed,
Yes.
but yeah. All right, Katie, Rebecca, I did have a question. I thought I'd just raise to everybody because it was new information based on the ADU regulations, and that is that covered parking spaces with a garage conversion to an ADU are no longer required for the primary residence to be covered. So apparently the 2 spots, is that correct, Glenn? 2 spots required for the primary residence
Yeah.
are managed by the 2 spots in the driveway. And is there a spot required for the ADU that is also allowed for in this project?
So for
No.
ADU, one parking space is required, and it doesn't have to be covered.
Right, and 2 for the primary residence. Where is the 3rd parking space? Ben, can you point that out?
I thought we were within a distance from public transit, and so a parking space was not required for the ADU.
Okay, so you were within the approved distance from public transit.
Right, as a straight line from a bus stop on Highway 1.
I see. Okay, so only 2, I guess, are required for the primary residence and none are required for the ADU.
Mhm.
All right, I have some other questions, but go ahead, Katie, Rebecca.
I only had one question really, and it was related to the materials on a 6.10. All of those are called out with a generic name for the color rather than actual material colors from a paint manufacturer. Do you have specific names that you can provide then for those color selections?
Sure, yeah, we can do that. We were trying to be just a little less specific, but we've actually looked at some manufacturer and have a basis of design from one, so we can share
Are
that.
you able to share those with us now so we can pull them up on our screens and kind of just check them?
Yeah, let me
And you
double
can
check.
always, pull those up while we're going through other material if you want. I don't need it right at this moment, but that was just
Sure.
one of my clarifying questions.
Yep, I'll pull those up.
Thank you.
Rebecca, do you have other clarifying questions?
The only clarifying question I have is, I just wonder if you could speak a little bit about the balcony that's being added at the highest level, and I wonder what the view is from there, and I wonder whether any neighbors have expressed any concern around privacy from that.
Yeah, so it's the balcony shown here. That's adjacent to the master bedroom, or access from the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The view is it's meant to be take advantage of the view to the ocean, of course, and then also to the northwest, to the cliffs out there. Directly across the street from this property, there is a lot of high trees, and there isn't actually I don't believe there's a building there at the moment. The next closest one is kind of downhill down the street. The clients here, the design of the railings was meant to also protect their privacy, so they're very sensitive to that. And it's unless you're out on the deck and it's a small deck, it's not meant to be a place where you're entertaining whole loads of people. It's where you're meant to go out, and I'll pull up the plan here. Only have space really for a couple people, maybe standing together, a chair, reading a book. It's not the entertainment zone for the house at all. It's really like private to the master bedroom. So, of course there's some trade-off, but yeah, the intent is not to have a place where lots of people will be hanging out and impacting
Okay.
the privacy of the neighbors. Yeah.
We'll wait, we'll open it up for public comment in a moment, so we'll
Okay.
see if anyone has anything to say about it. You may not have gotten this far, but it wasn't clear to me from the rendering, not that it would be, but how it resolves relative to the roof line that it hits into. Have you looked at that yet?
Back at that. So the
Like, is it sitting completely above that roof, or
Yeah,
does
yeah,
the
yeah.
roof cut into
Here.
the fixed? Yeah, so there's a solid panel and the roof dives into the solid panel
that's right. Yeah.
and glass above. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's all I had for questions.
Okay, I have two more questions. What is the fence height, since you're looking at the renderings of the prospective northwest, northeast corner,
Fence height
right there?
here.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is, we made sure that was compliant. This is a elevation of it. So it's 6 feet tall.
Mhm.
Which
And
is
that's
the
set
regulation.
back to how far?
That is, we can go to
The start of that?
plan here. So it has a slight setback
20?
relative to the main house of it's 20 feet 4 inches. So it's
Right.
initial 6 inches from the main garage.
Okay, I see this. You see the extension to the right? It looks like an extended fence on the right-hand side. Yeah, what
Right
is
there, yeah.
that? And how
So
tall is that?
That's the existing condition, and that is also 6 feet tall. It's an existing fence.
Existing condition. Does that need to be removed since you're impacting that area? Because that is within the setback and that would need to be 4 feet typically.
It
And
looks like that part is actually on the neighbor's parcel, and that's probably their privacy fence, I believe.
Oh, is it?
Is that correct,
The-
Ben?
The property line is here. Yeah.
Mm. Oh, okay. So are you adding a new fence on the neighbors?
No, the fence,
The whole
Well,
fence is in existing condition on the neighbors.
yeah, all of these fences remain, exist currently.
Okay.
We're replacing the one that is within our property
Mhm.
and reconnecting it to the existing fence.
I see.
And we're just
Okay,
replacing it with new materials that are
right.
compatible with the design. Yeah.
All right. And it's irrelevant anyway, because it's on the neighbor's property. Okay. My next question is, the lights in the steps are recessed step lights. Are they
Mhm.
hooded so that they're shining down or are they shining out?
The intent of everything exterior is to be downlights. Can look at that specific.
Or embedded in the step?
Yeah,
There we
so
go.
it is this one here. So it's
Yes,
you see
excellent.
the
Okay,
lens
thank
itself
you.
is angled downwards. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I could have found that myself. All right, and those are my questions. So if it's okay with you, Rebecca and Katie, we open it up to public comment.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, now I'm pretty sure we're now opening public comment session for item number 2. So no public correspondence for this project was received prior to the meeting. I'll ask those members of the public who would like to comment on this project, this item number 2, to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak.
Ben, while they're speaking, you might want to pull up the paint color numbers if you haven't already.
Yeah. So the
But
the-
wait, you can hang on to
sorry.
it.
Yeah, so Chair, I don't see anyone in the attendees room, so we don't have any participants from the public at the moment. So please indicate if you'd like to close public comment.
Yes, I would, and we'll move on to discussion. Okay. So Ben, yes, what are the paint colors?
So they're both colors from a manufacturer stucco called Eco Stucco.
Mm-hmm.
And the gray, let's see here, the gray, which we're calling the C2 light gray, is their granite. And the beige is, they call it Saint Vast with 2 A's.
Does it have a number?
Yeah, let me see if I can find that as well. Their website is quite.
So that's what we're looking for is that.
Yeah, okay. Here. This is the beige, the Saint Vast.
Mhm.
On there.
So I would
have a
say
note.
when this information is added to the drawings that will become a record set, that
Yeah.
product code that says STV,
Yeah.
that's probably the information. So I would include the
Okay.
Eco Stucco manufacturer name, St. Vast as the color name, and then also that product code.
The product code. Okay, great. And then the granite is here somewhere too. Here, it's this one, yeah. So product code GRA.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We'll add those to the drawings.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Okay. Any discussion, Katie, Rebecca?
I'll let Rebecca start this one.
Okay, well, I think I want to start by saying I really love the Gen Island siding. It's something I've looked at for projects of my own too. So I think it's a beautiful addition what you're doing to the exterior materials. One thing that jumped out at me that I would like to talk about, we'll start with the easy one, is I think that there is an elevation where you are showing more than one exterior light per door, which is something we don't generally allow. Maybe looking on the elevations rather than the renderings, as they tend usually a little more accurate.
So here,
Yeah,
for example.
there. Can we, I would want to see that reduced to just one with
Sure.
either one, maybe the one on the right. And I was wondering if you intend for there to be any screening below or any landscaping around the new decks on this same sheet. The new deck on the left side of the lower image does seem like it's on fairly high, legs. And I would like to see that treated in some way, whether it's sort of, is the Gendai or the other Sudi siding what's also going on the closed portion of the decks?
You mean the railings itself?
Yeah, below the glass, is that same wood?
Yeah, it's the same wood, yeah.
So I guess I'll just make it a question first. Did you have any intention for the space under the deck?
No intention at the moment, no.
Okay. So then to the committee for discussion, I think I'd like to see some shrubbery, some landscaping, or for that wood material or some other kind of lattice to continue below. It'd be nice to keep it in that sort of horizontal linear way, just to reduce that open space below and the amount of open air underneath that floor plate.
Yeah, I think it could actually be pretty interesting if the applicant decides to add additional wood boards with the Gendai stain, like the dark one.
Right.
I think would be really nice to anchor it
Mhm.
because you've got the lighter one above, and then it sort of ties in a bit with the fence at the front.
And then I think there is one location, I should look on where I flagged it on my own ones, where the material is changing from the wood to the stucco at an outside corner, which is always a thing I try to avoid if there's a way. Yeah, they're right there. If there's a way to resolve it differently. Sometimes we see one of the materials wrapped, but it can also just be a detailing question that, obviously isn't going to be addressed in a rendering. I don't know if you've thought about that detail or how those materials meet.
I will say I've struggled with it as well, just because there isn't really anything to receive it as would like the wood to wrap the corner, but there isn't at the moment a vertical element to receive it or like a change of plane or something. So definitely something that needs to be worked out. We would, the wood would wrap the corner, not the stucco, because we want to keep the elevation to the north consistent. And so I think it probably just is perhaps an element that that's a strip of some detail that allows that material to stop
Like a
transition.
corner board of some kind.
Yeah. But happy to continue to look at that actually wrapping as opposed to just the two meeting at a corner.
Yeah,
What's
I'll
the
throw it out
exact
to the rest of the committee.
location, Rebecca?
I think on the upper elevation here, all the way on the right is where the stucco ends, right? And then if we, so this corner, and then if you can show us the short view, we'll see that it's wood on the other side, right?
Yeah, here.
Yes, okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it really well on the bottom left perspective on A5.5 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Here, yeah. So
Right, and that's the ADU, so we probably shouldn't even be talking about it, but if we can come up with a way to make that better, let's do it.
Yeah, along those lines, again, it's hard for us to know where the separation occurs, but those two lights are not actually for any exterior access. So, you know, typically the lighting, we try to restrict it to one fixture per exterior door. And then when there's instances there where there's a large enough door to warrant two fixtures, then we've been supportive of that. But the two that are at the front aren't for any of the openings.
These two.
Yeah. I mean, the one over the house numbers sort of makes sense for wayfinding. The one on the left, it's also pretty close to one right around the other side. I think that would work asymmetrically if we lost that one.
Yeah, I think so too, because you've already got a bit of asymmetry with the composition.
Were there other things, Katie or Beverly, that jumped out at you that you wanted to talk about?
No, overall, I wanted to say that I thought this was, you know, a creative way to refinish an existing structure. I would normally have a bit more concerns with the privacy with those decks. And, you know, this is a bit of a challenging situation because currently the parcel next door is vacant. So, you know, given that we haven't really heard any opposition, and I know a lot of times the MCC actually will comment if they have concerns about privacy with a deck like that. So that was one of the thoughts that I had. The only other thing, you know, and it's sort of, it's one of those questions of how far do you take a design intent, but you know, at the front of the home, there's some asymmetry with those accents that are for the window openings, the darker, I think you call it Gendai. And I see one window on the main body of the house, sort of at the center of the second story that has that treatment. I almost wish that it was a little more cohesive on some of the other windows, but I do understand that it's an existing building, and I would say overall it is still elevating the design far beyond what is there currently. I didn't really have any major concerns. I did have the same thoughts that Rebecca did about the exposed underside of the deck, and I think that, you know, either screening or having the dark Gendai siding and closing that would be good solutions. I'm open to that being two options for the applicant.
Is that balcony that we're looking at, it's also providing coverage to the pathway below, and it's the same size as the pathway below, is that correct? Or the patio below?
Yeah, that's correct. Currently, there's just a simple like change in slope roof extension there. So it's the pretty much the same extent as that existing roof, just replacing it with an occupiable deck.
I guess my only, and this is really just like for discussion with the committee, I mean, I wonder whether, do you feel like that balcony would be less concerning if it stopped at the corner of the upper volume? Then it wouldn't fully cover that pathway below, is why I was asking that for that question.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to kind of be some kind of a porch, or it could become uncovered at that point. Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty big expression, you know, particularly when you look at the front elevation, the north elevation, it's pretty
Was-
big.
Ben, was there a reason why you did it? Did you do it to sort of cap the lower level? What was your intent with that upper balcony?
Well, the space itself, of course, is for the inhabitants of the master bedroom to have some exterior space, private to them. But the extension of it beyond the corner of the house was something we looked at as an option, like holding it back here, exactly as you're saying. It's an awkward thing it was visually awkward to transition from a occupiable deck that has a railing that wraps back to the house to a low slope roof to a high slope roof. Like those two things next to each other, kind of all meeting at once. We thought in the end it was a lot cleaner to just have it all as one volume,
Would it-
contained. But as well, the desire from the occupants was that extending it beyond the corner allows like another foot wide of space. So it goes from a 5 foot wide to a 6'3"
Or
wide
if there's a
space.
spot
So,
for a chair or something.
yeah, a chair or something. Yeah.
But it wouldn't require the low slope roof if we asked for it to stop at the corner of the building. The patio there could just be uncovered for the last feet, right?
Covered below. Yeah. It's currently covered. So that would be a change. But yeah, that one way to resolve it is to just remove that last bit of roof. Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Beverly?
An overall, I guess I'd say issue, but mostly, Ben, this is a vast improvement for this residence. But an overriding issue, an overall issue I'm having is it's a little busy. And if we could simplify by doing something like removing this overhang and aligning the master deck with the corner, I think that would help. The other thing that could be addressed is you've done a good job of trying to make the windows all compatible in some way, style, glaze, scale, but it still feels like a little bit busy for me. So I would personally like to explore ways of making the design a little less busy.
Since you mentioned that you had studied different options around that patio before, do you have those available that you could screen share?
It would take me a minute to
Yeah,
look. I
okay.
probably do, but yeah, let me search.
While you're doing that, I'm scrolling through, looking at the windows to try and respond Beverly to your comment about if there's a way to simplify things a little bit. I think that it sounds like we're all kind of in consensus around a few simple conditions regarding exterior lighting and screening or something underneath the deck.
Yeah, there's an additional light that's under that section of the balcony that you're suggesting be removed that I think we should also request be removed.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna do an overall reduce exterior lighting to quantity 1 per door.
Okay.
And then
and I would say with the exception of the light that's over the house numbers.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say too. Thanks.
Okay.
I mean, there is on the east elevation, there is sort of one high clear story, which is probably responding to something on the interior. Otherwise,
Here. Oh, the east elevation. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, is that in the bathroom or?
Yeah, that's an existing bathroom.
And then, I mean, I guess another question is, ADU aside, kind of how much of the busyness of windows is existing? Because if it's existing, then as long as we're.
Are
kind of,
you just
making
replacing
improvements.
windows, Ben?
Besides the ADU, and adding a door to the second level deck, yes, just replacing in kind. So
In kind, uh-huh.
for example, the second level, has some bathroom windows that we are containing within one larger exterior move by adding a different material to connect them into one
Right.
one
Mhm.
kind of window.
Oh, that's
rather
just a
than-
siding change. That's not another window going in between there.
Right.
I see
It's a
that now,
siding
okay.
change.
Mhm.
And then otherwise, yeah, pretty standard windows. We're just replacing them all. And actually, in a lot of cases, in some cases, removing one of the operables. So it goes down from 2 to 1, increasing the asymmetry. Yeah, the sunroom is blocking what is 2 sets of sliding doors actually. And 1 higher window there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually an improvement, even though it looks like there's a regular rhythm in the old one. You've improved things.
Yeah, it's a little scattered.
Uh-huh. No, but you've improved things.
Yeah.
Right. What is the room that is above on the south elevation, second story toward the back? New.
South elevation. South elevation,
New.
second story.
New window.
Oh, sorry, new. Yeah.
Window. Yeah, you
So-
have to jump a few pages.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. One more. Yeah. What's that?
Here,
Uh-huh.
that is the master bedroom. Those windows are existing. They're above the bed.
Is that
So-
double slider or something?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. They're above the bed.
And actually, sorry, this is going to be a fixed picture window.
Right. It's a fixed picture window. Can it be treated? I hate to ask. Similarly to the one diagonal from it with that
Down here.
it's a pop out. Yeah.
Oh, there.
Can it be treated similarly?
I mean, if it's a bed wall, I think that the function of a bay window wouldn't really be possible on that side.
Not quite a bay window. I mean, can you pop it out and add the framing to it? I don't know. It just seems like it's happening on the bottom right. It's happening on the deck, and then there's that window.
Yeah.
The balance seems off to me.
I mean, when I look at it in perspective, I don't really think that it seems too bad to me on A550, the upper right perspective really shows it pretty well. Do you still feel that that is missing something?
I'm just looking for a little more cohesion.
Well, looking at this view, so to the right of the chimney, is that a glider? And then on the left side, there's a glider, and then so it's just that this one is a picture window is maybe, or a casement pair or something. I mean, it would be more similar if it were divided, but if that's looking out to a nice view, I can see why you might not want to.
Might not want to divide it. But yeah, that would
But
help.
that would address your concern, right? If there were a vertical.
Yes.
line on that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would help with, coordinating the window styles a bit more.
So you see what we're going for, Ben?
Yeah. So I think probably adding an operable to it
Yeah,
would help
that would
connect
certainly
it to
be
the
a
others. Yeah.
easy
Yeah, it could be a
solution.
fixed casement or a glider, whatever the others are.
To, what are you calling it? Glider, slider, what, Ben?
Slider, yeah.
Slider, uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, that certainly helps that one.
Mhm.
I'm actually just inclined to suggest that or require that the window just to design the windows more cohesively and let Ben do it. How do you feel about that, Rebecca and Katie? And put this as an example. Example, changing this one from a picture to a slider.
I'm always for, yeah, leaving the designer flexibility to respond in the way that seems
Mhm.
best. I just wonder, do we want any kind of a metric, like total number of different types we want to get to? Or certainly if it's a suggestion, I think we can leave it loose.
Yeah, I think
they just
I
would
would be
probably
more
need to get
comfortable
started.
with it either being a suggestion
Mm-hmm.
or us being more specific, but I do think, you know, there's some constraints to some extent because we're working with existing window openings, and I think that
Mhm.
there's a ripple effect. So at a certain point, what we would be talking about is adding more division, you know, in the windows in one way or
Yeah,
another.
it's more window style than it is because most of these windows are approximately balanced in terms of size. It's mostly styles.
Yeah, so I would say, you know, particularly since you expressed concern about busyness, I think that if you would like to see introduction of, you know, divided lights or operable panes added to break it up into two panes, I think it would be helpful to be specific about where you wanted to see that, because in some places, you know, it's already, we've already got sliders, so there's already two panes, the proportions are already set, and then we've got a couple really large picture windows. And I'm guessing that it's just in those specific instances that you'd want something done. But I think that, you know, the more you do, the more it will create, it could potentially get too busy and there wouldn't be any, you know, opportunity for review.
We could condition just that this one window have a vertical divide down the middle, and then suggest to review the window types and you know, create as much unity and proportion and type as possible. Something like that.
I have a question, Ben. On elevation sheet A 5.0.
Before we jump to that, unless this is related
It's
to.
related to the windows.
Okay, go ahead.
So on that upper elevation, the west elevation, right in the center of the elevation on the first floor, there's a large picture window, but there's also an arrow. Is that an operable window that just isn't really appearing as a slider?
Oh, I think the arrow.
Is that a leader?
Probably,
A reflection.
no, I think unfortunately that's a mistake.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be left over from the
Existing.
drawing. Yeah,
Okay, because
so
then the
that-
sliding glass door kind of looks like it might not be a sliding glass door, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to tell even in the lower elevation at the porch on the first floor. It looks like it could be divided lights with awning windows at the bottom, but then I think that maybe that's beyond on the back of the house.
yeah, you're seeing through. Yeah, so
Yeah, I
this is
almost
one
feel like that
picture
would
of-
actually look nice at the front, because visually it kind of aligns with the top rail of that balcony or of the deck.
Maybe
I
we
see, yeah.
should, is the elevation, oh no, this is, yeah. That's interesting.
The thing about these two windows is that they, like the living room, that's where the living room is. And it is also the northwest view is the best view. So we were trying to keep any operable like to the side. Like out
Yeah,
of that
actually
view.
looking at the
So-
elevations, what I'm seeing is actually the railing at the back of the house and not the
Yeah.
window.
You're seeing that through the back.
Okay.
So it is just a picture here. We could look at again introducing a operable to the side, but I would I and the clients I'm sure would and the owners would really not want to break up this picture window anymore just because the view out of it's so good at the moment.
Yeah. Well, for me personally, it doesn't really bother me enough that I have a strong opinion one way or the other. So I think if I would maybe leave that more to Beverly and Rebecca, if Rebecca has a strong feeling about it.
I don't have a strong feeling about it.
So I'm looking at the west elevation. Rebecca, can you see any improvements to suggest on the west elevation?
I feel good about the west elevation. I think that the one we talked about before, if you would want to condition adding an operable panel to the fixed one that we looked at on the other elevation, I feel like that would tie things together enough for me.
Okay, I'm just looking at what are these two different size rooms on the west elevation level 2?
Yeah, yes, yeah, here, this is the master and this is a bedroom and this is a strange oversized closet.
No, I'm sorry, I'm looking at, am I looking at
The west elevation?
I'm looking at that, yes, the top one there. What's to the right and what's to the left?
It's all the master bedroom, which yeah, runs from the back of the house to the front. There's a pony wall in between that makes this more appropriate for like an office type space adjacent to where the actual bed is. So the bed currently is here, and the more living area, the master bedroom, is here.
Okay, is there any way to make these windows on that level the same width?
These are the existing openings.
Oh, they are existing
So
openings.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that really, that's the thing that's keeping me from
Sure.
suggesting any larger changes, is that all of the windows on the existing main house are existing opening.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that would be my suggestion for that. There. To make those the same size, but it's not a huge issue. I think we've improved it with the dividing the one on the other side.
okay, great.
Okay. All right. That was it for me. What did we decide about the deck?
I think we were gonna, I don't think we did decide on the
And the
deck.
overhang.
Did you find any other iterations that you wanted to show us?
I haven't been able to. I would
Okay.
need to dig through some of the old
It's
like
okay.
drawing sets, but yeah. Sorry.
So I would be inclined to request that the bedroom balcony stop at the corner of the building, and depending on how the rest of the committee feels about that, it could be a condition or a suggestion.
I'm okay with that being a suggestion.
Okay.
Just as far as the ripple effect goes, one of the downsides of that, I think, would be there would end up being a post in front of that large picture window. And I think that would be pretty sad to break up their view with that. But I agree that that's sort of it's a long expression. I don't know if it makes it more busy, but part of me was wondering.
Well, actually, oh yeah, you would, unless you cantilevered it. I don't know if you're redoing floors inside. No,
I think that'd be a big cantilever. You'd need a post.
Yeah, it would be the whole surface. If you were removing that roof line, the roof above, the shed above, and just having the balcony.
I'm not sure I follow Beverly.
You truncate the upper balcony at the corner, and the roof that it sits on would no longer.
But then the post would have to come in, I think is what.
Right down
in front of
the post was my concern.
Well, the post currently interrupts the northwest view, the existing post. It currently interrupts the northwest view.
Are you talking about the existing post or the current design?
The current design interrupts the view to the northwest when you look out that window. The view is actually right through the post.
I see what you're saying, but it's not right in front of the window, which I think.
It's
would
not
be-
right in front of the window, but normally when you're
Mhm.
looking out that window for the view,
Mhm.
if you truncate it at the corner of
Yeah.
the level 2, you're actually freeing up the desired view.
Mhm.
I'm okay with leaving it as a suggestion.
Okay, so then we would be looking at the conditions would be around the screening underneath the deck and the reduction of the number of lights and the adding of an operable panel to the one window discussed before. And then the suggestions would be around truncating the upper deck to stop at the top floor. And do we want to make a suggestion around the change of materials at the outside corner of the ADU, or it's an ADU, so we're not going to put it in our.
It's a suggestion.
Okay, we put it as a suggestion to, I mean, not that I know the right way to resolve that, but
Rebecca, I have a question for you
Yeah.
about the balcony. Ben, do you mind going back and zooming in on that balcony view, the bottom right perspective? Well, actually, yeah, that one's fine. Another thing is it the expanse of balcony and the horizontality of it that you're having a trouble with? What is the concern, I guess?
well, I think there's a few things. It's the way it punches out as a volume beyond the house, where it feels to me like it should just be captured at the edge of the house, although I understand that it's kind of doing double duty as a roof for the area below. And it's not so much the expanse, because I think if you look at it head on, you'd either be looking at that or you'd be looking at the roof beyond it. So, not a big deal. And I understand why they want it. I also, I guess because there is this undeveloped lot, so I feel like there is a potential privacy concern for a neighbor who might in the future be on that way. Certainly not having anyone on the call here who has any concerns about it makes it easier to say, okay. And I also just doing this a lot in my own projects, I just feel like it's so tricky to neatly resolve a roof deck with other roofs coming into it. So I thought there might be a way that we could just obviate that concern, although it sounds like the design.
Well, I have an idea that I think actually could work. We could keep the flat roof expression and keep the post where it is, and just stop the guardrail, move the guardrail back to the corner.
Right, but I think that's what Benjamin said that he had looked at, and that they felt like that was also awkward. So the more we talk about it, I'd be fine to leave it as a suggestion. I think they understand, you know, what we're seeing and what concerns it raises.
Okay.
So, and I have to say, I agree with the comments that have been made, by you guys before. I think this is a big improvement to the house. I think these new materials are going to be a real enhancement. So, it's good to have a discussion, but I don't need to belabor the point.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for being so thorough. If there are no other comments, I'll summarize, and Ben, you'd like for us to bring this to a vote, I expect.
Yes,
Right?
that'd be great. Yeah.
And are there any other discussion comments, Rebecca, Katie?
Nope, not for me.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so we'll be making a decision. Is that correct, Glenn? Not a recommendation, a decision?
Yes, for this project, there will be a decision.
All right, and we'll be requiring that the applicant specify material colors by manufacturer name, color name, and product code. We'll be requiring the applicant reduce exterior lighting to quantity 1 per door, with the exception of the light above the house numbers. We will be requiring that the applicant add landscape or siding in the area below the deck, for example, the Gendai stained boards. And we'll be suggesting the applicant consider wrapping the wood board on the west ADU facade to the north side corner. Or around the north, around to the north side corner. And we'll be suggesting that the applicant truncate the level 2 balcony to the northwest corner to minimize the volume of the balcony. And with that, I make a motion that CDRC make a decision to approve this project.
I'll second that.
Okay, then I'll do a roll call. Beverly Garrity,
Yes,
Katie Costick,
Yes,
Rebecca Catkin.
Yes,
Okay, motion passed.
okay, Ben, excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you.
good luck with your project.
yeah, thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben.
All right, I pass the chair to, it's the 3 o'clock project. It would be El Granada. Do we have, yes, hello Doug.
Hi
It's
there.
yours. Yes, okay.
Yeah, and
Hi, Doug.
project planner,
Hey, Doug.
Travis, and now so Angela, accept the invite, and then you will become a panelist. Please accept the invite, Angela. Hi, Angela. Okay, Angela is here, and so Doug, so I think we're ready to get started.
All right, well, welcome everybody. We have item number 3 here, Coastside Design Review. Owners Dallas Springs and Heather Hughes. Applicants Tim Pond, file number PLN 2022-00318. Location 730 El Granada Boulevard, El Granada. APN is 047163330. Consideration of a design review permit for the construction of a 330 square foot addition and a 534 foot attached accessory dwelling unit on an existing 2,076 square foot 2-story single family residence on a 4,916 square foot legal parcel. The ADU is a ministerial project that does not require review by the CDRC. The project involves only minor grading and no tree removal. No coastal development permit is required. Project is not appealable to the Coastal Commission. Project planner is Angela Chavez. I want to introduce our committee. First, we have architect Katie Koswick and architect Rebecca Catkin. My name's Doug Machado. I'm the El Granada neighborhood rep. And the applicants, if you'd like to present the project, you certainly can.
Okay. I'm having trouble hearing. My computer just updated to a new Zoom and the volume isn't working. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yes, we can.
You guys can hear me?
Yes.
yeah, you're kind of loud actually on this
Okay.
end.
For some reason, I could barely hear the meeting. So, I guess, can I be the, can you,
Tim, do you
Let
want to
me,
try logging out and logging back in to see if that's any better?
I think I'll make do. So.
We do want you
I
to
get
listen
share
to
the
us.
screen here. Let me open up the plans.
Now I can't hear.
I don't think he's talking.
Okay.
Tim, you still have us?
Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we got it.
Are you seeing the screen now? Hold on, I got a new share here. I got to do a new share. I got to share it again because there, do you see the plans?
Not yet. There we go. They're up now.
Okay, it's the lot is pretty severely downsloping lot from El Granada Boulevard.
Dallas Street.
Dallas, I'm in the meeting. It's on Zoom. I think, I don't know, I'm on a Zoom meeting. I'll call you back. I'm presenting the project. That was the owner, sorry. So the lot looks like this. It's a downslope lot. There's probably 25 feet of drop between the street, which is at 97, and the back of the project, which is at 80. So almost 25 feet. Basically, the existing elevations look like this. You've got an existing second story below, which was legally constructed. And then the house is on stilts right now out here. And so the big concern the owner, of course, having this is a seismic upgrade. You know, excuse me for just a moment. My dogs. Go out. Sorry, so this is the existing, this is the east elevation, west elevation, the front of the building, which will remain completely unchanged. And this, of course, is the back. And El Granada Boulevard's up top. So the existing floor plan, is basically a one floor house. With this part down below, the second floor is outlined here below, and it has no access from the top. And it's basically a conditioned space in the middle here, an office with 2 storage units, kind of built underneath the cribbing, I guess, or the shoring that's keeping the house up. So the plan is to introduce a stairwell into the living area and drop that down into the second floor hallway and create a bedroom. And then in addition to that, we're creating an ADU in the hatched area. So this project here is what's under review. Of course, this is the ADU that we're creating over on the other side. The door to the ADU is here on this side. So this is, the stairwell has glass in it. And this, you can see the outline of the stairwell coming by this window here. This has pretty significant ocean views, and it'll probably be slightly behind any development that goes in a vacant lot next door. Because of the downsloping nature of the property. But anyway, this is the door into the ADU, and this is the addition part to the house. On the back, this is the back. I don't know why it didn't show up here. We do have some facade articulation. 2 of these boards whited out somehow when it printed to PDF. I just noticed that. So I could show it in the CAD, but this part actually articulates out. So there is some facade articulation on the back. This is the ADU over here, and this is the bedroom over here with the stairwell. We're matching the existing siding as close as we can. It's a wood siding, and we're going to go with the hardy. We're going to go with the hardy that's very similar, 7 1/4 inch bevel siding. This is the ADU side here. There's the front again with no change. And these are the colors which come close to approximating what he has up there now on the house. There's a section drawing showing the height, the railing. This is the part that articulates out, as I described earlier. For the side, we couldn't do a lot of facade articulation on the side due to site constraints, but we did add that window there, which breaks up that face quite a bit. So that's about it.
Yeah. We'll kick off some questions here. Katie, you want to go first?
I don't think I have any questions.
Rebecca?
It's really more a building thing than planning thing. But do you have egress windows from that new bedroom?
These qualify as egress. They're less than 42 off the finished floor.
Isn't only the
There'll
lower
be casement
panel
windows
operable?
on top.
Is the upper
Pardon?
panel operable?
I haven't made up a complete window schedule, but yeah, we will follow egress.
I only ask because I like this style of the fixed window over the awning. I use it a lot, but it's come up on projects of my own that we had to flip it and make it a casement over a fixed in order to get the egress size. But I think that even if you had to do that, you wouldn't have to
Well, then they make you put the limiting devices on them too.
Yeah, so, just, I don't know if you were here for the last couple of reviews, but thinking about continuity of styles, I just want to make sure that we're able. once it comes to
26, I
building
think
that
these are 5026, which does make egress. And on a couple of projects, I've just made these casement too, so that in the event they want to open the whole window, they can open the whole window. Or if they just want a vent window open, they can open the vent.
Okay. Yeah, no, that was the only question I had. I think we can jump to the next step.
Hey, I just want to confirm, we're running the siding all the way to the ground, right there below
Yeah,
that.
we're filling in. Part of the owner, he now has this skunk and raccoon hideaway under the house. And we're gonna do away with the skunk and raccoon hideaway and completely infill under the house the whole way up. So if you look at the house now, it's got this open area back here. And it's even open under up here. We're gonna minimally put a new foundation under that part and a new foundation under the heavy part of the house back here. But yeah, it all gets closed in like a regular house, and that becomes crawl space back there.
So I guess then I do have one other question, which is you've shown us what the two siding colors are, but is it lighter blue over darker blue, or what's the distribution?
Is Dallas there? I think it's the dark blue on the trim and the light blue on the house.
Okay, so all the siding is one color and all the trim is the second color.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like the trim is the darker of the colors.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if it was the one siding color lower.
So I think we would want to add a note that we clarify that the dark color is for trim and the lighter blue is main body color. So that
Would
it's
we
called
Just look
out.
at what he's got.
Would we make them do that if it's existing?
Well, basically what we're saying is that we're matching with existing. So I've got the existing
Okay.
street view pulled up. And the dark color is what the trim is. So I just want to be able to have it, shown that whatever is going to be added is going to also be dark blue for the trim and light blue for the body.
Yeah.
I don't think Dallas made it to the meeting. I can look on Google Maps really quick.
No, I think,
Yeah,
I think
I've got
about
it pulled up. I do actually have one clarifying question. Tim, it looks like the windows on that south elevation, one of them has trim, the others do not. And
They
then,
actually all have trim, and I don't know why my CAD printed to PDF like that.
okay,
You
okay,
can
yeah, I
see
see
the
the
break in the
siding
siding.
hatch
My trim.
missing.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to
match
make sure
existing.
that was consistent. Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Not for questions.
Okay, we'll open public comment.
Okay, per the chair, we're now opening public comment for item number 3. No public correspondence was received prior to this meeting. I'll ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 to unmute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. Okay, I don't see any raised hands. Again, for those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item number 3? If so, I'll provide a few more seconds in case there are anyone who would like to raise their hand to speak on this item. As a reminder, for those joining by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Mr. Danny Goodman, please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
So I'm being heard right now?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Okay, great. So my name is Danny Goodman, and I live at 155 Dolphin Avenue, which is the road that's behind this home that's under discussion. And I have just one concern. It's not about the design per se, not about the visible design, but because Dolphin is a single lane road that's privately maintained, and that is to say it's not a county road after about, I don't know, 15 feet or so from El Granada Boulevard. And so the only concern I have, and maybe it's been addressed in the design and so on, is about drainage from the home. if there is new roof coverage occurring on the expansion, that's going to send more water down to Dolphin. And given the recent rainstorm that we had that caused some other homes on El Granada Boulevard to be red tagged, that gives me concern about erosion possibilities with the extra roof coverage.
There is no extra roof coverage. We're under the house completely.
Okay, all right, that's good. That's good to know.
But there's also a culvert at the bottom of this house that feeds underneath the road too. I don't know if you've seen the drainage up there. But there
say that
is drainage at the bottom of this lot, which takes the ditch from Dolphin, which the owner maintains. On the hillside of Dolphin, there's a large culvert up at his property. So the owner actually
Right.
maintains that.
Okay, we
Right.
did have a problem with a couple lots up above, or further up the hill from this home, and the first rainstorm that we had in December had a tremendous silt and runoff that clogged those drains that you're talking about, and so that was causing even a bigger headache for further down Dolphin. So all I care about is that the road will not be will not be impinged by any change or any new or modified construction on El Granada Boulevard on this side of the slope.
Yeah, and the owner shares your concerns too. I mean, he meant to be here, but he is concerned about the hill as well, especially with those houses across the street. And with the amount of exposure his house has now, I mean, to put it shortly, I'm glad this house hasn't ended up blocking the road down there because of the stilts that it sits on now. It's even more, if you look at it in person, it's pretty incredible the way it's stuck up there in the air, but.
Right. I mean, Dolphin is my only access in and out, so that's why I pay attention to this stuff. And when I repaved, redid the like 2/3 of Dolphin about maybe 20 years ago now, one of the things I did is I had all the existing drains dug up and replaced, and so the drains that are there now are what I had put in.
Yeah, that one looks good down below his house. It looks like it's right on the property line between him and his neighbor there. Towards your
Right, I
house,
mean,
probably up the road.
There are a total of 4 drains along there, and just have to make sure that they don't get clogged up.
Okay, so we've confirmed there's no extra roof area, correct?
No roof area.
Okay. Glenn, is there any other public comment?
Mr. Goodman, please provide
Yes.
your email address for the record before you leave.
It's 155 Dolphin Avenue.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I've now caught up on all the raised hands for speaking on this item. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who like to speak on this item number 3? If so, I'll provide a few more seconds just in case there are others who like to raise their hand to speak on this item. As a reminder, those joining by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any raised hands. So Chair Pasini K, if you'd like to close public comment.
I'd like to close public comment. Okay, let's kick off with committee comments. Rebecca, do you want to go first?
Sure. I mean, I think this is kind of an easy one. It's a pretty small addition and it makes sense. It's seems like it's improving the sense of relationship to the land and keeping with the color scheme. So I don't really have any concerns around this one. I think it looks good.
Katie?
Tim, do you mind if I take over screen sharing?
No,
Don't worry, it's really minor stuff. It's just sometimes easier to show it than say it. I think I'll need you to
do I
stop
have to
sharing.
turn it back to you? No, the host does. Oh, I have to stop
There
sharing.
we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
thank
freed up.
you. Okay, so you already addressed my question about the trim, consistency of trim around the windows, so thank you for clarifying that. My only two thoughts that I wanted to talk to the committee about was the top of this window was really, really close to the eave overhang. And I thought it could just proportionally just be brought down a little bit to give a little bit more relief from the main roof to the window pop out.
Yeah, that sounds good. Could it, I guess it's above the reef line to the left. Could it just align with that?
Yeah, I think that would be great. Tim, do you have any issue with that? It would basically
The size
be,
of those windows is within a range which they're warranted at, I think,
it looks like you've got a little bit of
So-
space with your build out here.
maybe a couple more inches, but I like the headroom to be slightly above header height inside. So I could probably bring all the windows up.
Oh, I
Uh,
think Katie was asking for that line to come down, not up.
Yeah, down.
Yeah, I'd like to bring the windows up and maybe bring that top piece down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm okay with the windows moving as long as the top of this expression that pops out kind of aligns. I think the alignment with the top of that roof was a great suggestion, Rebecca. And
I
then that'll
think that
just give you a
I'd like
little
to
bit.
have them higher than that because that's my I'd like to have those, I'd bring that down 3 or 4 inches from that roof, but I'd still like to keep them higher than that because that's a plate line in the garage. And the plate line in the house is slightly higher and the interior window elevations. This puts these, like if I bring the windows, I can't show you because I'm moving my mouse, but
Are you talking about moving just the window part up?
yeah, move the window, maybe move the top piece down to that next siding line.
Yeah, exactly. So this, imagine that this is the top of that expression. At least make it follow this line. We're talking about just moving that down like that
Yeah, okay.
so that it aligns with this and it gives you a little bit more space right here.
Yeah, it's kind of tight in there, you're right.
Yeah. So I think proportionally that would, it's not a big change, but I think it'd make a big difference. And then the only other comment that I had was just about the sill height between these windows. These are pretty consistent and then, this looks like roughly 1'4". This one's about 2'1", and then the one over here is like 8 inches. So I'd like to just see them all be the same.
They're in different rooms.
Yeah, I understand that. This is at the bottom of the stair.
The hallway.
This is a bedroom and this is a bedroom. And then this is also the bottom of the stairs. So it seems like these could come up to the 1'4". We could just have them all be 1'4".
At least the
I
three
guess so.
upstairs seem like they should be the same as each other, but I agree with you, Katie. Optimally, they would all be the same.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so then, this would also move down and be in line with that. So you'd have kind of the same rhythm happening between the windows.
That's fine.
But that was all I had. Otherwise, I think that this is, a pretty straightforward project. It's improving on one of the guidelines that wasn't met by having the project be up on stilts with unenclosed space underneath. And I think it's, making good use of that square footage. It's not creating any additional, runoff. So it seems very straightforward. I think that the style of the addition is complementary to the architecture of the home. And overall, the consistency of the openings was really close. They're just, a couple little fine adjustments. We'll really just tie it all together. And I think it'll be a nice project.
Yeah, it's I have no issue with it. I'm this is like one of those borderline ones for me. It's like I'm not sure if it was even needed to be sent through, but here we are. So yeah, it looks fine. Everything looks good.
Okay.
So then we're just conditioning the lowering of this roof and the matching of these sill heights?
Yeah, the sill heights and the transition from the lower window panes to the upper window panes being aligned.
Yeah, that's what I have. Just the two, those windows there in that upper.
Yeah, this one, and I didn't check this one, but basically, you know, everything on that lower level, it would just be good for them to all align.
Okay. All right. Well, I think, Tim, you know, we're headed with this one. So we can vote to approve or disapprove, or we can, or request it, or you can request a continuance.
Well, I'm good to just go with the comments and keep it all going so we can move ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we went over the pre-vote conditions and all that. So I make a motion to approve with conditions of moving that trim piece down in the upper stair windows, the big bay type windows, and aligning all the sills, the bottom sills of the split windows.
I'll second that.
I'll
All
do.
right, Tim.
Doug Machado,
Yep.
Rebecca Ketkin,
Yes.
Katie Costick.
Yes,
Okay, motion.
congratulations. Good luck with the project.
Yeah,
Thanks, Tim.
thank you.
Okay, we're now
Taken
at 26, so we're 4 minutes. Yeah, so we're 4 minutes
Great.
from the next item. So that's taken.
Wow, we're running really on schedule today. Good job, team.
Yeah, and now we'll come back in 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Bye, Doug.
Bye, Doug. Oh,
Bye,
hey,
Doug.
yeah, not yet.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah,
We have one more.
yeah, I got scared.
I'm sure everybody else spoke at the beginning of the meeting when I wasn't here yet, but Doug, I just wanted to say I'm sad you won't be on the committee with us anymore, but I'm glad we're still neighbors.
Oh, for sure. I'm not going anywhere. It's just like tonight's a perfect example. I'm wrapping up here and I'm literally gonna grab a bite to eat and run to the school board meeting. So it's just
You didn't want any free time in your life, did you?
yeah, you know. Mm-mm. I'm gonna get something to drink.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same.
I think we're yeah.
Okay, we're at 3:30 and now I just promoted the applicant, Mr. Lacasia, to be a panelist.
All right, so we're ready to go?
Yeah, the applicant is here. And
Yeah.
ready to get started.
Okay, so welcome, everybody. This is item number 4 on the agenda today. Owner applicant Rodrigo Lacasia Barrios. I'm sorry, I probably keep hammering your name. I should have it by now. File number PLN 2021-00478. Location is San Carlos Avenue, El Granada. APN 047105020. Consideration of a design review permit recommendation for the construction of a new 1,820 square foot, formerly 1,808 square foot, 3-story single-family residence with an attached 381 square foot garage and 795 square foot accessory dwelling unit on a legal 7,070 square foot parcel. Recorded certificate of compliance, PLN 2020-00448, associated with a hearing level coastal development permit and variance. A variance is required to allow a reduced front setback of 13 feet where 20 feet is the minimum front yard setback in the S17 zoning district. Due to the site location within a portion of the Montecito riparian corridor and the associated 30 feet riparian setback, wetland setbacks are not met and the applicant seeks a reduction in the minimum of 100 feet setback. The project includes minor grading and no tree removal. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. The ADU is a ministerial project that does not require review by the CDRC. An initial study negative declaration will be prepared by staff and made available for public review. Subsequently, the Planning Commission will make a decision on the ISND, DR, CDP, and variance at a public hearing. The project was scheduled for continued consideration from the January 12, 2023 meeting. The project is appealable to the California Coastal Commission. Application deemed complete January 18, 2022. Project planner Glenn Gia. That's it. Okay. All right, Rodrigo, let's see. Are you still there?
We're here. I'm here.
Yep.
Sorry, I thought I lost you guys. Okay, would you like to present the project?
Hey, Rod, you're still muted. Please unmute yourself. Hi, Rod, are you still here with us?
There, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was saying I'll do my best to keep us on schedule. You're doing a great job and of today, and I'll just get started. The simplest and most efficient thing for me to do is to read my notes that I submitted with the revised changes, and then we can go from there. Basically, there were 3 recommendations that were requested as of the January meeting. The first one was to increase and address additional articulation of the 2nd-story wall. The second was to address and increase additional articulation of the 1st-story wall. And basically third, to address window number, location, and then the stucco fascia to align between the upper and lower 1st, 2nd-story wall. So let me address the first item. The south elevation for the 1st and 2nd-story walls has been revised to incorporate additional articulation. The master bedroom suite bump out width and length on the 2nd floor wall are proportional to the bump out at the master bath in front. The roof 18-inch eave line also follows the wall contour to reduce apparent mass and added visual interest. The 1st floor bedroom window has been revised to bump out with an 18-inch projected box window with sill height at 42 inches for egress, and an area dimension to meet the egress requirements for that casement window. The box frame extends to the roof eave line. The same sill height and window size aspect ratio is uniformly applied to the laundry and kitchen bump out box windows to create additional articulation for the rest of the same wall. The box window extends from 42-inch sill height up to meet the articulated roof eaves. The roof eave along this section is also staggered in and out to promote reduced apparent building mass and added visual interest. Glenn, if you could bring up the elevation or the roof plan just to illustrate what I'm talking about here, that would be helpful.
Okay.
I will continue. The second recommendation was rework and eliminate windows, quantities, and styles along the south elevation. So the windows on the second floor south elevation have been reduced from 5 to 2. The bath ventilation window is specified with obscure glass. I've removed the closet window. We've put in an operable skylight in the closet, and we removed the 2 casements and left the upper operable clerestory window. The counter height window on the first floor south wall elevation has been removed. The first floor bedroom window has been replaced with an 18-inch projection box window to meet egress requirements. The remaining windows in the kitchen and laundry have been revised to match the same box window format for uniform rhythm. The bedroom and laundry windows are specified with obscure glass for increased privacy. The third recommendation was to improve distribution of siding and stucco to better line up with the first and story walls for a more cohesive appearance. So the first revision is that the entire length of the revised articulated master suite wall has been revised to incorporate the nickel gap siding at the rear, and the length of that siding meets the vertical delineation of the siding stucco at the first floor vertical delineation at the kitchen wall, which was discussed. The garage wall siding element, that length has been revised to align with the second story front wall line. The length of the siding meets the vertical delineation of the siding stucco at the second floor vertical delineation. Yeah. And if you could show the south elevation, that would be helpful. The smooth stucco texture, there you go. The smooth stucco texture of the center section of both the first and second story walls now has a rectangular shape, tying the first and second story walls with common textures and joint segmentation lines as requested. So, then in addition, just where the elevation that you have shown down there, you'll notice that the ADU windows, I also revised to match the sash over the operable lower awning as is used in the first story, which was also not a request, but I think sort of a nice to have or a recommendation. All of the lights, the emergency lights that we talked about have also been removed. So in summary, I believe this captures the desire that we talked about on June 12th. And I think we've actually, I have to agree with Katie, Rebecca, and Doug that we have a better product here on this left wall. I think the articulation adds to the house, and I think this new massing here of the siding and the stucco was a good idea. So I'm encouraged by what we've done. And that's all I have. Hello?
Sorry about that. I was muted. Thank you. We'll kick off questions. Rebecca, do you want to go first?
I don't have any clarifying questions.
Glenn, is it okay if I share screen?
Yeah, sure. I'll stop sharing.
Thanks. Okay, just for clarifying questions, I wanted to find out, is this a change? Does this corner not align with the one that's below?
I think they do align. I think that is where your arrow is right there.
Mm-hmm.
is a straight line, but if we go to the floor plan, we can confirm. All right, let me go to my PDF here.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to look at, but this part was dimensioned to the window and then this part was dimensioned to the wall, so I couldn't tell.
Yeah, hang on one second. Let me get you an answer here. So first story. Okay, so the ADU, I can't share my screen, but the bedroom, which is in the ADU, is collinear with the bottom of the garage. So that's a straight wall. And the wall above it, which is the first story of the house, is also collinear. So those, let me get back to my Zoom window here. Yeah, so if, so all of those are in the same plane. The ADU wall and the first story wall are in the same plane.
And so along here where you've got sort of this faceted
Yes.
design,
Yes,
those are stacking?
those are stacking all coplanar. That's correct. They're stacking.
Okay. So is this corner really kind of supposed to be over here? Are these corners?
No, the corners are defined by just the structural retaining wall for the garage up down below, et cetera. So you know what I'm saying? Those are all coplanar, and
Oh, you know what? I was looking at the wrong elevation. Sorry about that. That's what my confusion is about. Okay, so let's see.
right,
Got it. Okay.
right.
Okay, thank you. That answers that question. And I just wanted to confirm, you haven't done anything. I saw that there's a sewer diagram that's been included. I'm assuming that this was to assist in the discussion of whether or not exceeding the height limit was allowable.
Well,
What was the determination for that?
Well, that's there basically documenting the survey that was done of the sewer line, just to understand where the punch through would be to find that sewer line. I think your question relates to if the sewer line is above, is the height extended? The determination of that is that, yes, this is correct and it qualifies. I went and reviewed previous projects. That determination really is more of either Camille or Glenn. But yes, if you're asking me, this qualifies under the increased roof line because the sewer is above.
What are you interpreting the sewer being above in relation to the house?
Just in reading the zoning as it's written.
So this is below the main level of the house.
Well, we don't know exactly where it is. It's
relative to the sewer line in the street, right?
yeah.
It's position relative to the sewer line, elevation of the sewer line in the street, which is downhill of that. Sewer line's uphill of the house site.
Well, it's actually really not. Like if you consider the bottom part sort of a basement, I mean, is the determination from the main level of the house or the lowest level?
Well, is that a sewer lateral? Is that was indicated and not the main?
That is.
Well, this is the main, and then this is where the lateral comes in.
That's the anticipated place where the lateral would come in based on the invert dimensions that we're taking at the survey.
So Camille, can you confirm on the
Yeah, I'm
interpretation?
looking up the regs and I'll share it as soon as I pull.
Okay, I know that we had discussed this one last time and I didn't remember seeing this drawing, so I thought that maybe this discussion had continued with planning behind the scenes to confirm that it meets that allowance.
Okay. Actually, I have it up
Do
here.
you want me to stop sharing?
Yeah, okay. So it says here that where the here, where the average slope of a parcel is greater than 1 foot fall in 7 feet distance from the established peak grade of the front line, and where a sewer connection must be made uphill from the building location.
That's all.
So it's not the sewer.
I I guess my question is, how do you determine what the building location is in relation to being uphill?
It's not where the sewer lateral comes out. I would just say it's where it's sited, the elevation of the ground at the building.
So it's not,
I think it would be at its
it's
lowest
not
point.
uphill from the house.
Well, I think it's, if you read that, I think it would be the lowest point of the house is lower than the sewer.
Yeah. The
Okay.
ground level, yeah, the finished grade.
So, yeah, that's what's confusing to me because it doesn't actually really tell you how that's measured.
Yeah, it's I think it's meant to be pretty basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's all I had for questions. Doug, did you have any questions?
No, I think we can go ahead and open public comment.
Okay.
Okay, per chair, we're now opening public comment session for item number 4. The public correspondence for this project received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to the meeting webpage on the county planning website and forwarded to CDRC members prior to this meeting. I'll read public comments from whom are not present in this meeting. So yeah, so all the commenters are present in this meeting. So yeah, so I will not read the comments for them. Okay, so I'll ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. Okay, Susanna, please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and one thing to notice, since we have a lot of participants, please limit your speech to 2 minutes or less. Thank you.
Two minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll do my best. So my name is Susanna Van Besoyen, and my husband is Roelof Van Besoyen, and we have lived at 730 San Carlos Avenue since 1990. So I sent comments in, but I just like to reiterate a few things. We did have a group meeting of the street, as many people as could attend. Some people looked at our comments and sent support, we had no negative support, negative comments. The first issue is, I think a lot of the problems the house is having is that it's too large. When I look at the map, the topological riparian boundary survey map of 2020 and the biological survey, it looks to me like the actual buildable square feet, when you take into account the variance or the buffer zone of being reduced to 50 feet. I don't know why people keep saying 30, because I don't see that that's legal. It looks to me like it could be reduced to 50 feet from the riparian wetlands. And then also allowing for the 13 feet from the street instead of the usual 20 feet from the street. The actual space to build is only 76 square feet. And even with this, generous reduction that Mr. Lacasia has done of bringing his house and the ADU down to a little over 2,000 square feet, if that's correct, if I understood your comments, it's too big for the buildable amount of the lot. So many of the problems of the house and the ways in which I see them as not complying with the standards for design for 1- and 2-family residential development on the mid-coast is that the overall height, wide roof line, proximity to the street don't fit in with the other houses on the street. The house doesn't step down the lot. It looks like 3 stories from the bottom. It's much higher from the back than any other house in that end of the street, which is more downhill. And I still have issues around, I don't understand the driveway and how that's going to be supported without a great deal of concrete. And water drainage, I haven't seen addressed at all, which could, the water drainage from when there's been building or even a patio built on the wetlands, floods Balboa Avenue and the homes downhill from this lot. So, and then I did mention the size and density of retaining walls. I'm concerned about the effects of that on the wetlands, and that the driveway has enough space for cars so that because there isn't much room for parking on the street, especially for 2 units on that small lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate, I know this has been a lot of work, and I do appreciate all of your attention to it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then before you leave, please provide your name, address, and email address for the record.
Oh, it's Susanna Van Bezoyen, 730 San Carlos Avenue. Email is El Granada, and email is svanb9@gmail.com.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move to the next commenter here. So Mr. Richard Klein, please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hi, this is Kathy Klein, 771 San Carlos Avenue. And I have 2 concerns. One, it was mentioned about the driveway. The plans show it level with the street, and it continues to be level along with the house. And in order to be level, there has to be a very large retaining wall, because in the back, it is possibly a full story high to be level with the street, if not maybe larger than a full story high. And that retaining wall, according to the plans, and I'm very confused about the plans, I've explained that before, I don't understand the land, how it's shown here, but it looks like the retaining wall is also on the lot line, which is sitting in the willows, but also the retaining wall behind the driveway facing back to the Balboa lot, that too would have to be about a story high, and it would be attached to the house. So I'm thinking maybe since the retaining wall for the driveway is up against the house, maybe that could be considered part of the plans, because it's hard to look at the plans to understand addressing this drive and the slope going down. Also, I'm concerned about, again, drainage. We all know that a lot of water pours down the side hill into the creek in the rainy season, and a lot goes straight down into the Balboa lots, causing ponds of water, whatever down there. If the house is sitting on this lot and then this retaining wall, the length of the house next to the creek, I'm very concerned about where this water is going to go. I can only see it going into 771 San Carlos Avenue, either into the side of the house going down, or worse yet, under the house or under the backyard, or both. So the drainage is a concern to me, and also the confusion with the retaining wall that would have to be along the other side of the lot next to the creek. Thank you. And thank you for everything you're doing here.
Thank you very much. Now, can you please provide your email address? I think
I'm sorry, KATHYRKLEIN@hotmail.com.
Thank you very much. Mr. Justin Long, please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, yeah, this is Justin Lang. My wife and I live at 755 San Carlos Ave. My email address is jpdlang@gmail.com. I'd like to echo and reinforce all of the comments that have been made by my neighbors. I think you're hearing a consistent concern from the community that the project doesn't respect the required setbacks. The request I'd like to make is to have the applicant erect story poles for the project, which is something that we were required to do for our project in advance of design review. The reason I ask is, it's immediately obvious from just a cursory observation that the boundary of the riparian habitat reflected in the home plans is inaccurate. When the actual boundary of the riparian habitat is taken into account, it's clear that the proposed house location isn't 100 feet, 50 feet, or even 30 feet back from the boundary of the habitat. It sits right on top and well into the buildable footprint. If that observation is incorrect, I believe this can be quickly and inexpensively mitigated by the applicant through the erection of story poles. I've submitted a letter to the committee clearly demonstrating the inconsistency between the site plans and the actual site conditions. And I believe the applicant's willingness to install story poles would go a long way toward providing the community comfort. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Reina Weber, please accept this request, unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record. Thank you.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Reina Weber, and my email is Reina, R-A-Y-N-A, Weber, W-E-B-B-E-R @gmail.com. And my husband just spoke, Justin Lang. We live at 755 San Carlos Avenue, so a couple houses down from the proposed location. And I just wanted to first say that I am in support of all my neighbors' opinions and concerns. I just want to say, like, all these meetings to me are just getting super exhausting because I feel like all the suggestions that were given by design review and, what the neighbors have voiced in the last two meetings don't really seem to be taken into account. This meeting, there doesn't really seem to be any changes, with it doesn't fit into the street, the setbacks at the front of the house. There was suggestions in the past about stepping it down similar to like what our house is and maybe splitting the lower level. And, so you don't have like that big top level that makes the house look like 3 stories. And also it's going to tower over all the other houses that are on the street. So basically those are just my concerns, are more on design and making it fit into the rest of the street, and just not having to go through all these meetings with not really any major changes to the plans. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Lenny Roberts, please accept this request, unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Lenny Roberts. I'm speaking for Green Foothills. My home address is 339 La Cuesta, Portola Valley. My email is lenny@greenfoothills.org. I have written previously to the commission, to the CDRC about the setback issue from the wetland and riparian area. We are still very concerned that the project, even as modified, will still encroach impermissibly into the buffer for the wetland area. So that's all I have to say. I know you're here to look at the design, but this is a very, very, very challenging site to develop, and we think that the project needs to be revised so it more fully complies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Jessica Rosenberg, please accept this request, unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address and email address for the record. Thank you.
Hi there, this is Jessica Rosenberg. My address is 763 San Carlos Avenue in El Granada, and my email address is jessbeth19@gmail.com. I'll keep it nice and short and sweet. I am in support of my neighbors' concerns and comments. I am most concerned about the turnaround access for large vehicles, including emergency vehicles, and parking at the end of the street in front of the home in question, or the lot in question. I'm really concerned about our safety on the street in case someone had to get in there in an emergency. I want to thank all of you for the time that you've contributed to this project and for hearing our neighborhood concerns. I know that we're all tired and we're interested in keeping our street safe. Thank you for listening to all of our comments.
Thank you very much. Okay, Chair, I've now called up on all the raised hands for speaking on this item. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item number 4? If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others who would like to raise their hand to speak on this item. As a reminder, for those joining by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Richard Klein, please accept this request on your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hi, this is Kathy Klein again. And I just want to add on to what Jessica had just said about the turnaround for emergency vehicles. We actually had an emergency at our home a few years ago, and we had several emergency vehicles at our home, including a fire truck, and they could not get out once they got in. We were lucky that the elderly person who had gotten sick had only fainted and not had a heart attack, because the truck took possibly a half an hour or longer, maybe 45 minutes, to back out of our street because it couldn't turn around because there were parked cars on the street. And we also saw that happen again when a fire truck came for an inspection of our next door neighbor on the other side, and the truck could not turn around, and neighbors went out and helped direct the truck down the street in order to back out. So that turnaround in front of the DeCasio lot is extremely important. And we've had 2 cases. One could have been a very bad emergency from our own experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, there are no more raised hands for this item. Chair, please indicate if you'd like to close public comment. Doug, you're muted.
Sorry about that. We'll close comment and we'll proceed to comments. Katie, would you like to go first?
I have a question for the county. Camille, you're the planner on this project, right?
Actually, Glenn is the project planner, but I'm available as well.
Oh, okay.
And I think it would be good to address some of the concerns that the neighbors brought up.
Yeah, I can do my best. I guess one of my questions, I think I appreciate that the community, is really passionate about their concerns. I do think they have a lot of very valid concerns, and I think that a lot of them will be addressed probably at the right times along the process, because I know that, this still has to go through a neg deck. There's a lot of steps that are still going to come in advance of the design review hearing. So I definitely appreciate that the community understands what our role is in this and what we can and can't advise on or, comment on. Speaking to the steps that will be coming forward though, I wanted to find out, can you just kind of briefly reiterate what the next steps for this project would be were a design review recommendation to move forward? I know that there's going to be a neg deck. What are the different agencies that need to sign off on this and the reviews given the environmental concerns that are being discussed?
Glenn, do you want to outline the process?
Yeah, so after the design, so in parallel with the design review hearing and the review, and now we are preparing a initial study / negative declaration, and that's in process now. And after we finish our initial study and negative declaration, the project will be taken to the planning commission for a hearing. And now the planning commission will make a decision on this project, and that is including the coastal development permit, design review permit, and the variance. So that's what the next step will be.
Okay, and then were all of that to move forward with some iteration of a project? Am I correct in understanding that the thorough fire review as far as access and any requirements would be done at the building permit level? I know that we were told that an initial review was done, but my understanding is that generally there's not an in-depth fire review done until it gets to the permit stage.
Yeah, the fire department has reviewed the project and provided comments on the project. And so after the planning approval, at the building stage, the fire department will conduct an in-depth review on the project again at that time.
And does the planning commission ever weigh in on life safety, or is that always left to the fire district and the building permit officials?
I will defer that question to Camille.
I just wanted to add that the fire department has given preliminary approval. If they had required a fire turnaround, it would have to be included at the planning permit stage because of grading. They would have to show, its footprint, whether it can be accommodated fully within the right of way, or they need easements on, private parcels to accommodate the full turnaround. So essentially, because it has preliminary approval and no fire truck turnaround was required by the fire department, there is not one associated with this project, and there won't be one added at the building stage or at the planning commission level, unless it's something that's required by the fire department, which it has not been.
Okay, and that's not something that the planning commission ever weighs in on?
I don't think that they can arbitrarily require a fire truck turnaround if the fire department has not required one.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. I wanted to be able to, kind of lay out what the process looks like moving forward. Do you have a rough idea, Glenn, of what the timeline is on when the neg deck would be wrapped up and what the lead time is on planning commission meetings?
Yeah, so the neg deck that's in progress right now, and now I've finished my first draft. I'm just waiting for comments from like some agencies, including the Heritage Commission. So after I receive all comments, the comments are anticipated to be received later this month. And after that's received, then I should be able to finalize my initial study and a negative declaration under supervision of my supervisor. So I would say the estimate of the completion of the initial study and that should be completed within 2 months. That's just a conservative estimate. And after that, and normally it takes us around 2 to 3 months to take a project to a planning commission hearing.
Okay, so we're roughly, based on this parallel path, 5 to 6 months away from the planning commission hearing.
Yes, that's just a conservative estimate.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. I just wanted to be able to kind of speak to that. I think just as a committee member, I do understand and share the concerns for fire access here, and I'm surprised that a fire truck turnaround or at least the same distance of access isn't being required. So I wanted to just have that in the record. I do still, share a lot of the concerns with the community about the scale of the project. I think I've been pretty vocal about that the whole time. I do think that there's been some improvements to the facades that we were looking at. Do we want to get into discussion? Are you guys both kind of wanting to share thoughts?
I share your feelings, and this is a really tricky one because there's a lot of valid concerns that I feel like are outside of our purview to weigh in on, and I understand this is appealable, and I expect that will happen, and maybe that will be a more appropriate venue for some of these concerns to be raised. I think the you know, the wetland issue in particular is something that I take very seriously as a concern. And yet, I don't think it's what we are tasked with making an evaluation on. So that's challenging when there's a lot of neighbor pushback, and it doesn't feel like we can address it. I share your feeling, Katie, that with regards to the specific design elements that we've been able to discuss at the past few meetings, that there has been a lot of improvement. So I'm happy to move on and talk about those things. And I just hope that if we do get to a place where we can approve this project today, that we can include in the language, you know, something that makes it clear that we do understand these community concerns and think that they should be raised at a more appropriate staff level, I guess, or coastal commission level.
So
I think what we can do for the public is just to walk them through the drainage plan, just to help them to understand where the drainage from this project is going. And I think we can walk them through the survey that was done of the riparian corridor, just like very briefly, so that maybe some of their more basic questions can be answered.
I think that's good. I also think that we owe the applicant the review he came to this to get. And the wetlands are important, but we keep running over the wetlands when our purview is the structure. I don't want to, every meeting we've had on this has been long. And we've talked about all of this. We've given some direction on what we'd like to see. And I think we really should spend the quality time on reviewing that.
So let's start with that, and then if there's still time to walk through the drainage. I mean, I guess another question is there another venue for members of the public to get that information? Can they set up a meeting directly?
Yeah, they can reach out to Glenn or myself, and I would be happy, and Glenn would be happy to walk them through the drainage plan and the biological report, plus the survey of the riparian area that was flagged by the biologist. We'd be happy to walk, because you know, I know how it is just to sit with a question for a while and you just get more and more frustrated. So
yeah, and you guys probably have a lot more familiarity with the reviews and discussions that have happened behind the scenes. You're probably better able to walk them through that. So I think that's a great suggestion for the members of the public to set up a time to go over some of that kind of technical detail. One big picture question I have for the committee, and this is something that has come up a lot of times over the last year or two, and this might be the first time that it comes up in a real way. We're hearing from several members of the public that they want to see story poles for this project, and that we don't have adequate demonstration of scale. And I do agree that I want to go ahead and take the time for us to review the changes that have been made by the applicant. You know, they've put their effort forward. I want us to put that effort forward also, and at least have that discussion. But something that I would like to ask the committee, you know, for us to talk through and make a decision on, is whether or not we think that this project needs to have story poles put up for the public and for the committee to be able to view the scale, because the scale has been a big concern for the committee and the community the entire time.
I mean, I think the issue that I have with, of course, like, we would like to see story poles for every project. It's just that this applicant has come back so many times and is within the allowable height limit, right? And has made some reductions, I believe, also in pulling back the second floor. So I suspect there's a lot of community feeling already feeling that the building is too large. So I'm doubtful that story poles are going to convince people otherwise. What do you think, Doug?
I agree. I mean, the demonstration scale that we require has been met. And I think that no matter what we do in this project, the concerns of the neighborhood aren't going to be met as far as asking the applicant to put story poles or provide any other, you know, demonstrations. So
I have a suggestion then. Tell me what you guys think of this. if this project does move forward today, and then it does end up having to come back because of a major redesign due to the wetland setback issue. If the project has to be reduced in size and scale, well, I don't know, I'm kind of rethinking it as I say it. If it gets smaller, then I think there's going to be less reason for the story poles to be valid. But I was going to say, if this project does have to come back, maybe it should come back with story poles. But if it's getting smaller, I don't know, maybe it's not as valid if it's smaller.
I think that there's been enough community concern that if this project is going to come back, it should come back with story poles so that people can hopefully feel convinced by the story poles that their needs have been addressed if it comes back smaller or something like that. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that the applicant has, several times made real concessions to try to address our concerns, and that we're supposed to, limit our review to the things that we've talked about before, which we already kind of, since our time was so short the first time, we maybe went a little bit beyond that the second time. So I would be inclined to try to move this ahead with the understanding that, this is an appealable project, and I think we all fully expect that it will be appealed given what we've heard from the community.
I don't mind recommend, well, we don't even know where it's going, but I would think that we could, I just don't feel comfortable requiring it. I don't feel comfortable having CDRC do it. If county planning wants to require it, that's fine. We could kind of ask for it.
I definitely disagree with that. I disagree that I think it's been clear through all of our discussions on demonstration of scale that the community and the CDRC are the ones that need the story poles the most. And honestly, the county, it's not really as important to them, or as, well, I don't know, I say it's not as important, but I think that the people who are using this as the tools for review, it's the community and it's the committee. And even in our story pole policies and in the design guidelines, we do have the purview to ask for it if we think that it's needed.
So it can, Camille, it can be a requirement.
I think that the way it reads in the policy is that if the demonstration of scale poster is like inadequately demonstrates comparison of scale with adjoining buildings, then we can require story poles, but they only have to demonstrate in one way accurately. So if we can find that the poster is accurately demonstrating the scale comparison, then I think that would be onerous to require another one.
At the front elevation, I think it has the scale of the neighboring home tied right to it.
Yeah, I guess my only concern is that we've been hearing from people who live in that neighborhood and, know the topography and the scale of the houses there, that what's being represented here isn't accurate. So anyway, what I was thinking is that if this project does move forward today, that in any kind of documentation in support of the project, that it would state that if the project has to come back for a major modification, that at that time story poles would be required. Because I think everybody's getting fatigued by the amount of time and resources that's being required, and this community obviously cares a lot about the project, and I think everybody deserves to have the best chance at being able to view it in the right context. So I think that if it does end up having to go through a major modification, that would be really helpful for the community. I would be leaning towards asking for it right now, but that's why I wanted to gauge the temperature of the committee and see what you guys think about that. So I think, we've all got a feel for what the path for this project is going to look like. And, I think we can focus on our review now of what's been changed and, kind of figure it out from there.
Yeah, I think that saying that if it needs to come back, we want to see story poles feels like a good kind of middle way to me.
Okay. Well, we can kind of wrap up that part of the thought, at the end of the meeting. Do you guys want me to share a screen and we can talk about the changes?
That'd be great.
So I was zooming in on this perspective because some of the changes were not super apparent without looking very, thoroughly. So I think that the description of the changes by the applicant was very valuable. So thank you for that. I also do appreciate the, the expression of, gratitude or acknowledgement that you feel that this has been a helpful process, because that's obviously always our goal, is to try to help everybody that we can along the way. But I wasn't immediately aware that the roof line was jogging with these expressions. And I think it's an interesting approach. I think that it gives an opportunity for more shadow lines, which is kind of nice. One thing that I noticed was that this bump out here, you can't really tell that much in this perspective, but this one is kind of bigger. So just looking at this quickly, we've got this one, and then the roof jogs back, and it's following these 2 bumps. And then there's the 3 bumps here, and the roof follows those. This one terminates the material on the inside of that corner, which is great. That's kind of what we were looking for, was logical termination of materials. Relations. Where am I looking? Here we go. Okay, so one thing I was thinking was that it might be nice for this bump out to actually go all the way to here, because that's the same bump out here. So I don't know if maybe simplifying to 2 bump outs and having them align with what's happening above, and then having the roof line follow just 2 rather than 3. I thought that might kind of simplify and unify it a little bit further.
So you're saying if the wood bump out on the lower floor were widened to the right?
Yeah, it would basically be coming over
Yep.
to there. And you can't tell that much from right here. You'll see it more from the next door neighbor's house, but those would be kind of more continuous, and the scale of these bump outs would be the same. That makes sense. Another thing that I was looking at was just wondering if there's a way for these 2 windows to align. Even if that one scooches that way and this one scooches this way, but that would start to unify those expressions, because this is a huge improvement over what we saw previously. But it does still feel a bit haphazard with horizontal, vertical, horizontal. There's a lot of, it's like a rhythm, but it doesn't have like a consistent rhythm to it, if that makes sense. So I don't know, I wanted to see what your thoughts were on this elevation. This was the biggest part of where we had concerns. I do think that the windows down here being revised really helps unify the window styles as well.
I do too.
So with this elevation being where we sort of had the biggest concerns, I wanted to hear what your thoughts were.
You speaking to the committee or to the applicant?
Oh, the committee.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I agree with you that lining up those 2 horizontal windows would be great if that's easily doable with the plan. And I think that the bay that's in the wood siding could stretch to match the wood siding, or the wood siding could jog back to meet the bay, right? But that would also clean it up a bit.
That's not what you wanted, though.
Can we look at where those things fall in plan?
Yeah, like this one, I think is the kitchen, and there's a cabinet here, so that one would need to get wider. You could have
But
basically
could the
a bigger.
siding shift instead?
So this is actually the change in material, I think, right?
Can't this change in material just happen at the inside corner of the bay?
Yeah, it could terminate there. I would say it could terminate there, or this could be widened, and you could have like, I think that since that's a privacy issue, that we probably wouldn't want to increase the window size.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a comment. I'm listening to what you're saying. Yeah, thank you. Go back to that elevation. So if I understand you correctly, you now do not wish the 2nd story hardy there to line up with the lower 1st story. You wish to push back the lower story there to the box window.
Well, we were kind of discussing, because this one is a protrusion and a change in plane.
Yes.
And I was thinking, well, look, the material goes here. It'd be kind of nice if this bump out was the same proportion as that bump out, and it was the same corner and side corner. But we do acknowledge that, there's an interior impact to that in the kitchen as well.
Yeah, and it's just sort of going back to where I was before, because those lines did not line up before. I actually had them, I believe, at that window before.
Yeah, I understand. I think, this is the problem of doing things sort of on screen, and when we're all in a meeting. In general, yeah, we want the siding to line up, but but previously we didn't see, it was stopping at an inside corner, which is also a thing that we like. So there's going to be some push and pull. I think, when you look at this in 2D, it looks a lot cleaner now than it did before. But that having the siding change at a corner also feels more rational. So there would be several
But,
ways.
you know, you've got the
to
same
address
thing here. This one doesn't really have
Mhm.
a termination point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Roof there too.
Well, let's start with the easier one. How about shifting one of those horizontal windows so that they align, or shifting them both so that they
Yeah, let me take a
one
look
over
at
the
the
other?
plan, and see what's going on. That seems like what is this, the street level floor plan, the upper one could shift towards the bump out probably more easily,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
So just so I'm clear, where where that arrow is, you're proposing that window shift left to match the left side. Yeah, okay, I understand.
Yeah, and then this bottom one.
Just to line those two up at center line.
Yeah,
even
this
just
one
to
would
stay
need
to
to
align
move a little
them.
bit too.
And leave it to you whether one moves an inch and the other moves an inch the other way, or however you.
Right.
yeah.
This would be something like that.
Right. Now,
What rooms are those in, just so I can keep track of it?
Let's see, it's
Bedroom.
bedroom 3 and bedroom in the ADU.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that helps
Mm-hmm.
to clean that up a bit. It's gonna make me crazy if I don't fix it. So I gotta fix it. Rod, do you have any issue with these?
no, I think it's just a matter if the framing will allow it to get as close at center line. You know, I don't know if we'll get exactly there. We might be in 1 or 2 inches one way or the other, but I can certainly do that. I would request that instead of taking another schedule and another hearing, that we sort of make this a recommendation or a condition.
Yeah, that's why we're at the point now where we can actually be making more specific comments for guidance rather than broad brush, go back and fix it type stuff.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that could easily just be a condition of approval.
Okay,
And
great.
When you get to the next step, you submit drawings that reflect what's in our letter.
Perfect.
Before you get to your building permit application. So with regards to this siding issue, I mean, those floors are out of plane with one another. Do we have a 3D view that we can go back to there?
This is kind of the best I could find.
Mhm. I mean, and I think I may have been the one who requested that those sidings align, but
At the front, exactly, right at the
yeah,
front.
but looking at these now, I do feel like making the change of the siding at the bump out in the kitchen just happen at the edge of the bump out might be cleaner. Since the volume above is stepped back in anyway. What do you think, Katie?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look better in 2D, but I think in 3D it might look better.
Yeah, I was also thinking about this roof. I was just trying to think of like, you know,
There,
architectural termination points
yeah.
that make sense with the massing.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
You think you would stop it all the way back there and and then all 3 of those bump outs would be in stucco?
possibly. Yeah, possibly.
Can that extend so that
So
it
this
lines
comes
up
to
with
the
back
corner.
wall of the top floor?
Does this just come to the corner and stop then?
It wraps.
Is this that other side of that corner? No, that's right and left. This is left. Where's the rear?
Yeah, that wraps around
Here.
there, right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the way that looks offsetting in the second story on the left, the diagonal.
Sorry?
I said, I like the way that looks offsetting the diagonal of the second story. Hardy.
You were saying like this?
With that wraparound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish we had a 3D view of the back corner. That would be really helpful.
Maybe I can bring up the software and send you a screenshot.
That would be great. If you want to bring it up, you could screen share.
Let me see what I can. I'm not very versed at Zoom, so we'll see what I can do.
Okay. This window is probably the only other one that really is kind of making my eye twitch on this elevation, and I think it's just because it's so close to here. So I was looking at that bathroom to see.
Could we just lose it all together? Is that over a toilet?
Yeah, it's over a toilet. I would prefer to lose it all together, but I also could understand why there's, you know, the desire to have natural light in there.
That plan, and then is the other one in the, oh no, that's the only one in that bathroom.
Yeah, I almost wonder, where's the roof plan? Can we put a skylight there? It's like right here. There's a ridge there, but it's a low slope.
Why couldn't you lower that window and just make it obscure glass?
I think the issue is that it needs to move to the left.
It's just so tight with the bump out.
Compositionally, it's really
Oh,
tight up against that bump out. It would be super cool if you could get a skylight over the bathroom right here and get rid of that. I don't know if that's might be an issue just because that's right where the transition and the slope
Yeah,
is.
with
There's
the
like a slight-
framing, it's hard to know if it would work. I'm probably something would work.
I'm sure it could get blocked out because it wouldn't be very big. Ron, do you have any thoughts on that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I've brought up the software. I'm getting some messages about low on resource, so you may lose audio.
Okay.
I have a 3D rendering of what view would you like to see, and then how do you share what I'm looking at?
You would want to click share screen, and we want to see a view from the rear towards the right, yeah?
Yeah, like the back right corner.
Share screen, this one. Share.
And you can share whole screen, or you can just click on the image you're trying to show us. Yeah, there you go. Oh, all right.
So forget the backdrop, but you'll see. Tell me how you want this to be moved, and I'll negotiate it. You want to see this side?
Well, you're showing us, are those roof decks on the plans? Is that this one? Yeah. Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to see. Okay, stop.
Yep.
Go back a little bit.
Yep.
Go back.
Good.
Good. That's perfect.
So it's funny, even though they're lined up in elevation from here, it looks like the lower volume is extending, the siding extends further to the right, which I feel like kind of further argues for just stopping it at the bump or before the bump. And then extending the roof to line up with that.
Yeah, I almost feel like stopping the material at that roof edge.
Yeah, before the bump, and then there's 3 volumes that are all stucco that'll.
Yeah, and they've all got kind
articulated
of
with a window.
fairly
and-
similar amounts of material around them before it gets to the wood.
You're saying doing something like this?
Keep going to the edge of the roof below.
I lost my window. Can't do that. I can't freelance it for you here. I'll just have to take some.
Okay, maybe Katie can.
Yeah, I would need him to stop sharing the, but I think we saw what we probably needed to see.
Would you like to see something else while I have it up?
You said something about the corner.
I think it was this corner here.
Oh, yeah.
This guy.
Can you actually keep panning around counterclockwise or whatever? the way it's
Counterclockwise,
going, so we see more of the back?
Sure, like this.
Keep going, stop. Thanks. So, I mean, we're also seeing here, that back right corner, we're seeing that kind of material transition right in an outside corner. We talked about on one of the earlier projects today. I mean, although this is happening in a bunch of places around here, so I wonder if it's just kind of a detail that we want to see, a trim board or something just to articulate where those changes are happening.
Well, normally that would be with like a nice, some sort of a corner board relief to have the siding butt into it, and it's a 4x4 that's hogged out in the middle for a 1.5 by 1.5 for the inside corner. And then you've got a nice trim there that you can finish both sides. It wouldn't just be like a straight line, Z angle.
Sure, the rendering's kind of deceptive in that way.
Right, right. I mean, this would in production, this would actually, have some sort of a 2x4 that's hogged so that we get a nice weather seal and a nice weather seal here.
And so you'd have like a corner board wrapping that condition.
Yeah, but not a huge thing. It's just basically to meet proper weatherizing, right?
Uh-huh. And then where you're changing, if you zoom out, where you're changing materials like to the left there on the upper floor, that's at a slight bend in the facade, right? But how would you imagine you treat that?
Yeah, these would just be expansion gap, stucco verticals, somewhere within, I guess you can go, depending on the thickness and so forth, we can go 8 to 12 feet, but I think this is just a natural facet line. This would be one piece. We'd probably end up with one here, kind of running.
That's the point I'm talking about. Where the wood meets the stucco.
Just running that whole distance there, but that's a very fine gap. That's just an expansion line gap. Something else you'd care to see?
No.
Doug, any comments?
Too bad you couldn't just have this on an iPad out in front, because I think this helps your scale.
Yeah. Well, maybe, I don't know if this would be useful at all, but I might be able to try and make some sort of a video rendering that I could send to people. I've never made such a thing. I don't find them necessary, but that would be something that I could just do a 360, just so people could play it. They couldn't edit it, but they could at least play it.
Well, I think my concern with the demonstration of scale being something that's digital like this is that the whole demonstration of scale, the purpose is to see it in the context of the neighborhood.
Yeah, right.
And what the actual heights are and what the actual street is, rather than, something that's a little bit more simplified for modeling it. Because, this doesn't really show accurately how the road interacts with the house. So getting accurate heights based, with story poles on how tall it will be on the actual site, that's the whole reason that the story poles have been something that everybody's been fighting so hard for in general, not just with your project.
Just as an FYI, this curb kind of follows actually. So, this is the property line here, and this kind of follows a sidewalk that's sort of in front of the property over here, and this is kind of a curb line that is rudimentary in the road. But basically, these are here for the public works sidewalk widths and so forth, the improvements for sidewalks in the public right of way. So they're pretty closely depicted based on the requirements of public works. In any event, we were focusing over here.
So I just wanted to kind of summarize. I'm trying to take notes here. So we're going to transition. Did we finalize that? Are we transitioning the siding at the corner?
I think we were talking about moving that transition back to the edge of the roof that's at the lower level.
Over here.
You want to share again, Katie, or?
Yeah, Rod, if you can stop sharing, I'll share my screen again and we can kind of diagram it.
Sure. What do you want me to do?
Just stop share with the same place where you started sharing.
Let me try and do that here. Let's see. Get you guys back up here. Where are you? How do I get you back up? Stop share. Got it. How's that?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so so far what we've decided on is adjusting these two windows to stack.
Yep.
I think what we were just discussing was having this material, the wood, stop here. And then the amount of stucco that's around each of these bump outs, is generous. It doesn't feel like it's kind of squeezed. And it's, you're still ending up with a transition that's in the middle of a flat wall plane, but I think that the roof gives it a little bit of a logical termination point.
Yeah, and that's happening in a number of other places on the project, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so that siding, that hardy siding kitchen bump out window becomes stucco.
Yes.
Yeah, and then it's more like
And the
other
wall around it.
three are alike.
Okay, and we're not lining it up to the upper second story where the gutter is. We're not lining it up to that downspout. We're lining it up to where you show it.
Yeah,
down
to the
where
roof
this
line
roof
above.
edge is.
So if
Hello.
you could just put a red line there or something, that way the video will capture when I go review it.
Well, what we can do is we can send a copy of this to the planner to give to you.
Okay, great,
So you can see the markups.
great.
So the level 2 will stay the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It looked like from what I was just getting here, I don't think that this peak is at the midpoint across the roof. So Rod, what I was wondering is if it's possible to have that peak be slightly one side or the other so that it could kind of stop, you know, either at that bump out. What I was thinking is this window is a little bit problematic. It's really tight into that corner, so it feels a little bit squished and it doesn't really feel comfortable in the composition. What we were thinking is that you could do a skylight and then you'd have a lot of natural light, more than you're getting from that window. There's less privacy concerns for the neighbor, less privacy concerns for this bathroom.
So a skylight, I'm looking at the floor plan for the first story, and what you're talking about is
Like right here above this bathroom.
Yeah, so you're saying putting a skylight instead of that window which is above a toilet, put an operable skylight, and I don't think moving the roof pitch is gonna actually be very easy at all, because those are they're designed to meet at the same pitches. I know
that's what it said, but it honestly, it didn't seem like those were equal distant from one end to the other.
Couldn't that skylight just be sort of as big as the window is, just over the toilet, not also over the shower, and try and keep
It could be.
No,
Yeah, I mean, it looked
Or it
like
could be
that
longer
peak.
in the other direction too. Well, there's not that much
that
space.
could just be a standard Velux 18 by 18 or 24.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to be operable. I think you just want natural light in that bathroom, right?
Ventilation and natural light, that's correct.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna say that this window is removed then
okay,
and replaced with skylight if desired.
okay, that's fine. I'd rather, I just think for construction purposes, I'd rather leave the roof pitch as it is. We can fit the window. The skylight's gonna have to have a 6-inch curb anyway because of code requirements.
Yeah.
Pop up.
Yeah, I was thinking, I didn't know if you'd have like a ridge board there. It
No,
would be
that's just,
difficult.
well, yeah, so I'm not quite sure how that all frames, but
So we're giving you the option, but this basically,
Yeah.
we're gonna get rid of that window.
yeah, that's fine. We can put a skylight with a 6-inch curb and we can frame as required or put something like that.
Do we need to add the skylight language? Can we just say remove the window in the bathroom?
Well, we
think
want him to
can-
have the option to add it.
Yeah,
prefer to have that
optionally, we can make it so remove window and optionally replace with skylight.
Replace with optional skylight, yeah.
I can live with that.
Yeah, because if he tries to add a skylight later, then, it's still a minor modification, but technically it still has to have a planning review once this is approved. You can't really make changes like that. So let's just see what that looks like. What do you think, team?
Yeah. I think it's much cleaner than what we saw before.
Okay. I think that would probably be sufficient for me, without my preferred approaches to the project being implemented. I think that this is a big improvement to what we were seeing previously, and probably the best we're going to do as a committee at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so there's nothing else. Rod, I think you know what we're doing here.
Yes.
You can go ahead and have us vote or request a continuance.
I think I understand what you're asking for in terms of changes. You want to line up those windows. You want me to move the siding back to the left of that elevation where it's highlighted a little bit more in orange. We're going to take that window out. We're going to put in an optional skylight with curb as frame as required. And those are the only elements that we discussed on this elevation. And yeah, we're lining up those bedroom windows as necessary by that red light. And I think judging from your comments, I would like to move forward with a vote and not a continuous. And I think we have a good product here. And I think the collaboration has been efficient and effective.
Okay.
Unless I'm misreading you.
Oh, you're good. Okay. I'll make the motion. I make a motion to approve.
Mateo, you want a second?
Yeah, I'll second that to approve conditional on the things we've discussed. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
second.
So just one quick note. So Doug, this will be for recommendation.
Recommendation. Yep.
Okay.
Do you want me to redo it or are you good?
Okay. And are we ready to vote? Yeah, now I'll take a roll call. Katie Kostiuk.
I'm gonna vote against this one. And I want to just say for the record, I think that the project is very much improved and that the design has come a long way. My main concern still remains the massing and scale of the project in the context of the neighborhood, but I definitely appreciate the collaboration and the effort that the owner has put forth, and I hope that the changes that we've made have helped everybody across the board, but I didn't feel quite that this one was doing what I had thought it should be doing.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Rebecca Ketkin.
I'll vote to approve.
Doug Machado.
Yes, approve.
Okay, motion passed. We have 2-1.
Congratulations with your project and good luck also with your health journey.
Very well. Thank you very much. I appreciate the input. Sincerely, I think I agree. I think this is good. Better product.
Thanks, Rod.
All right. Have a good
Okay,
evening.
I'll go ahead and email the markup over to Doug so that he can pass that along.
Very well.
So you have that moving forward.
Very well. Thank you.
When you do your write-up, can you please attach like the markups with your write-up so I can so in just by the time I receive like in the revised drawings, I'll be able to make sure all the markups or comments have been addressed. Okay,
sure.
Sounds good. Does anyone want to make a motion to end the meeting?
I make a motion to end the meeting.
I'll
second.
Okay. Doug Machado.
Yep.
Mark Steckmeyer.
Yeah.
Rebecca Ketkin.
Yes,
Katie Kostiuk.
Yes.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
thank you.
Thanks.
Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a great
Thanks, you
everything.
All right.
Okay, bye guys.
We'll have a get together.